Welcome to the second evening of NERx, the virtual convention of the Northeastern region of the National Model Railroad Association. NERx is bringing you 4 nights of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. We will also have model showcases featuring submissions from members across the region. You can see all of those entries on our website at www.nerx.org. My name is Artie Crass. I am president of the Hudson Berkshire Division, and I will be your host for this evening. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the content we are providing. You can send comments and suggestions to info@nerx.org. We also have links on our website to all of the clinics, layout tours, roundtable discussions, and tips and tricks for this year's events, as well as all of our past events. We would like to make a special shout out to Ray Arnott at Around the Layout podcast for helping to promote our event. Check out aroundthelayout.com or download it from wherever you listen to your podcasts. They produce a new one every Tuesday. We also would like to remind you that we have a total of 8 $50 gift certificates, 2 per evening, that were donated by our sponsors, MiniPrints, Interaction Hobbies, Mind Mount Models, and Tony's Trains Exchange. The instructions for how to register for each night's drawing can be found in the show notes for this event and on the YouTube channel in the description below the picture. You need to register for each night's drawing, so register now. The drawings will be held later tonight at 10 o'clock. You need to register before 9:30. And again, thank you to Bernard Hellen at MiniPrints, Daryl Jacobs at Interaction Hobbies, Ron Class at Mind Mount Models, and Eric Fisk at Tony's Trains Exchange for sponsoring this year's NERx. Tonight, MiniPrints is our featured sponsor, and Bernard Hellen will be joining us later to announce the winners of the drawing. MiniPrints and Mount Models are also NMRA partners and offer a discount on all regular priced items to all NMRA members. Check out the members section of the NMRA website. If you like what you're seeing and would like to contribute to support the activities within the Northeast region, then please consider making a donation. You can go to www.nerx.org and click on the donate button at the top of the page. And while we're doing the clinics and the videos tonight, make sure to put your questions for the clinicians in the chat. We will have our clinicians on with us live after the clinic video to address as many of the questions as we can. Now let's get started. Our first clinic tonight, Scratchbuilding a Small Rural Station for a Merit Award, will be given by John McHugh. John has been a member of the NMRA since 2000. He re-entered the hobby in the mid-1990s and has been diligently working on his current multi-deck layout, the Ossipee Valley Railroad. He enjoys all facets of the hobby and has steadily been involved in the NMRA Achievement Program. He has presented a number of clinics at regional conventions and divisional meetings and has authored a few articles. John is currently on the board of directors for the Seacoast Division and is co-chair of the Inside Committee for the Concord Flyer 2025 NER Convention this September. And now I'd like to introduce John McHugh.
Hi, Artie. So this presentation I have tonight, I gave a couple of years ago at Long Island, and it was well received. And I thought that when Pete asked me, I had this presentation to give to show tonight. I'm a big advocate of the Achievement Program, and hopefully I can explain it tonight along with Scratchbuilding to encourage more people to partake in the program. So without further ado, speed, roll the tape. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my pre-recorded presentation on scratch building a small rural station. Here's my contact information. I do have a PDF file of this if you desire. I gave this presentation a few years ago at the Cannonball Express, but I gave it on a Thursday afternoon when very few people in the building. I think I had 6 participants, 3 of whom came down with me from New Hampshire. So when Pete asked me if I had a presentation, I thought I'd resurrect this one and hopefully give it to a wider audience. Before we get started, I want to give a quick plug for the 2025 NERx convention in Concord, New Hampshire, the Concord Flyer, which will be held the weekend of September 11th through the 14th, which is the weekend after Labor Day, a great time of year to be in New Hampshire. In addition to the great clinics and other activities we have planned for you, we want to alert you to the fact that there's a lot to do in New Hampshire. I mean, Concord is in the middle of the state, and just north of Concord is the Lakes region and the White Mountains above that. For rail fans, we have a couple heritage railroads to explore. We have some classic train stations to visit. And of course, we have the Cog Railway going up Mount Washington. For non-rail fans, we have the White Mountains and the Lakes region. So we're advising you to bring a significant other, bring your family, come early, stay late, and we hope to see you in September. The focus of my presentation today is that I'm going to try to illustrate, explain how I scratch built a relatively simple rural station specifically to earn the Merit Award. So my whole approach towards this structure is trying to maximize my points because the structure is not an overly complex building. Now, I fully understand that not everybody is involved in the AP, but I also believe there are an equal number of people who do want to participate in the achievement program, but are sitting on the sidelines, not really sure how to enter and are not really sure about the merit award process. So my hope in this presentation is trying to demystify that. Now, I joined the NMRA in 2000. It wasn't until 2015 when I actually did the paperwork for my Golden Spike Award. And when my AP chair came over to view my layout, he looked and he said, you have a couple certificates sitting right here. And that got me started down the path towards the achievement program. But as I looked forward into other certificates, I ran up against this merit award requirement, and I had no idea what that was about at all. So I want to take a minute and go over the requirements to show you my thought process. So I looked at the structure requirements. By the way, the NMRA website does a great job explaining the requirements. I looked at this and I said, okay, I have to build 12 structures, 6 different types. One has to be a bridge. Okay, I figured I could do that. 6 structures must be scratch built and the remaining 6 must be super detailed. All right, the website explains what scratch building is super detailed. I probably can do that. 6 must earn merit awards. I had no idea what that entailed. I did not know what they were looking for. That became a roadblock. And then I have to complete a statement of qualification form, the paperwork. But I did not understand what this was all about. So below the requirement is a link to this. So this is the evaluation form that judges would use, and it shows you the 5 categories, which obviously are very important. So I looked at this and I said, construction, okay, I understand that. That means I have to build a quality structure. It has to be square and level and no gaps, no glue lines, etc. I understood that. The detail, okay, I have to add details. Conformity has to be prototypical. The finish, okay, I have to do a good job weathering and painting. And scratch building. Okay, well, if I scratch build 100%, I should get all 15 points. That should be pretty straightforward. Then down here it says, look at if I earn 87.5 points out of 125, that's 70%. That's a C- model. I know I could build a C- model, but I felt I'm missing something. It can't be this easy. And right below this form, there are links to a couple articles which give you some information on, in this case, structures. They are quite dated. They're old scale rail articles. And I went online and I looked on some bloggers and they gave me some more information. I talked to NMRA members and they said, okay, just submit a model and see how you do, which is good advice. But personally, I did not want to spend all that time and energy building a model
and having it fall short because I did not understand the rules of the game. So I was stuck in neutral. I couldn't really go on at all. And by chance, I came across this document, which is crucial, the judging guidelines. These are the guidelines. This is the document that the judges actually use to judge your model. And it is somewhat buried in the NMRA website under education forms. If you know it exists, it is very easy to find, but and I'm sure people watching today did not know it exists, okay? And so since I'm going to make my decisions on building my little station on these guidelines, I want to spend a few minutes and go over the guidelines. So the first category we're going to look at is construction. Underneath each category, there are a couple paragraphs explaining that particular category. But what you really need to look for is this thing called points to ponder, because this tells the judges what to look for in that category. And you better make sure you have these things, or if you don't have these things, you need to explain in your write-up, which I'll talk about later, why you don't have them. So there are two sections, quality, complexity. Let's do quality first. So under quality, you have things like materials. What materials are you using? Are they proper? How neat is your gluing? Make sure your joints are all sealed. Make sure your siding is all matched up. Make sure your roofs are all even. Make sure you don't have fuzzy wood. Things you'd expect to find under construction. So the other part of points to ponder under construction is complexity. And complexity is how complex was this model to build? Now, some models are more complex than others. For example, if I was building a factory that had a few additions, it had multiple roof lines, it had lots of windows, it had piping, it had a loading dock, for example, that is a more complex structure than my station. My station has 4 walls. So the points to ponder under construction are, you're looking at the amount of effort or the amount of hours to fit the parts to build the structure. So if you took 3 or 4 nights to build a model, it's probably not going to be complex enough to earn merit. That being said, I talked to somebody recently who built the model during a clinic and did well enough to earn merit. So there you go. But according to the points to ponder, it's the amount of effort, the amount of hours. Okay. Basically, it's the difficulty of the build. And this is the part that I was missing when I was trying to figure out what I had to do for merit earlier on. Let's take a look at the matrix to see how this works. So here's the construction matrix that judges use to actually get the points for that category. I drew in the line indicating where the merit points are located. So let's say for my station, I decide to build a kit and I do a great job with the kit. I made sure there are no glue lines, it's square. All the gaps are filled in. I painted, weathered it great. I added some detail parts. It's really good. I may score down in here. Okay, it's really a great model. But how complex is that model? Well, it's a kit. All the parts are already made for me. I had to glue them together. It does take some skill, but comparatively not a lot of skill. So that kit probably is not complex enough to earn merit, even though I did a great job with quality. Let's say that I was going to kit bash the station. I took a kit, maybe added other parts from other kits. I had to cut some walls, maybe fit some windows. Okay, that's going to move the complexity over a little bit. Let's say that I was going to build a craftsman kit. And by craftsman kit, I mean basically a box of sticks. It's basically scratch building. Again, that is more skill. That's going to move the complexity over a bit. That may earn merit. I don't know. But for my station, what I decided to do to move the needle over the farthest in complexity is the scratch build. Scratch building is going to make my station more complex. And you'll see in other categories how complexity is going to be a part of it. The second category is detail, and detail is all about quantity. How many parts are you adding? Okay, and under this category, for structures, they're looking for things like: do you have a fascia? What about the eaves? Do you have troughs in the and the roof? Do you have downspouts? Do you have gutters? Do you have bolt heads? Do you have nail holes? All those little details they're looking for. So you need to have these things on your model, or you need to explain to the judges why you don't have them in your write-up, which again, I'll do later on. The other thing I forgot to mention about points to ponder is that this document, the guidelines, are designed for structures, also designed for motive power in cars. So obviously, you're only going to focus on the bullets that pertain to your particular category. The other thing here, you look at complexity is also a category here. So what's going to make the detailed parts more complex? Again, you can use commercial parts, but again, for complexity, I'm going to try to scratch build as many parts as I can to make it more complex. Next part is conformity. How well did the modeler reproduce the prototype? So things the judges are looking for here is common construction practices. Is it prototypical? Is it logical? Now, for the judge, they want to see an actual photograph of the prototype you're trying to model, whether you use it as you base it on that prototype or you actually copy it. They want to see that. If you do not provide documentation, either plans and or a photograph, right here, you're going to lose 10 points right off the top. So you need to have that photograph and or plans. Finish and lettering. This is pretty basic. It's the application of paint. You need to do a good job here. The weathering can't be overdone. How much work did it take you to do this? The number of colors. Now, in my little station here, I only have 2 colors on the exterior, 1 color on the interior. So to make this as neat as I can, I'm going to try to pre-paint everything in advance. So that the most I have to do is just a touch-up. Scratch building. Scratch building, again, how much of it was scratch built? It's a quantity issue. How many parts did you scratch build? And again, you also have the complexity. How complex were they to build? And for me, I'm going to try to scratch build as much as possible, and I'm going to scratch build my doors and my windows. That's going to increase the complexity. One thing to look at right here is that if you completely scratch build everything, now there is an exempt list of parts that don't count towards commercial parts. But if you scratch build everything except for that exempt list, you're into the 11 to 15 point range. If you decide to use commercial doors or windows, the most you can get is 10 points. Now, for most models, that's not a deal breaker because out of 125 points, those 5 points for windows and doors aren't going to matter. And I would bet the vast majority of people earning merit use commercial windows and doors. But for my little station, I'm not really sure. So I want to try to scratch build those items. Now that I understood the guidelines, it's time for me to start looking for a station. Now, I want to put my station right here, which is on my upper level, right at eye level, right at the edge. This photograph looks a lot larger than it actually is. The space is quite small, so I need a small station. And for conformity, I really need to find prototype. So that's my first priority is what prototype can I use as my base for this station? So I had to find a prototype. Since I'm going for merit and I need a score for conformity, I need to find something I can copy or at least modify. So there are a few stations in my neck of the woods, small stations that I could use. I have to modify them a bit, but there's nothing that really stood out. I went online again. I found some stations I could use, but I wanted something with a little character here. So I happened to be driving with my wife in 2021 in southwestern Vermont on Route 7, just north of Manchester, when I came across this structure. And I looked at it and said, that looks like a station, which is odd because the tracks are several hundred yards behind the station. But I looked at this and, I really liked the roof line. It was really unique roof line. I liked the bay window here, the doors. The windows would be easy to model. It's a perfect size for me. And I said, this looks very, very promising, very promising. So I came home and I did some research and I found out that it's the North Dorset station that was built in 1895 by the Bennington and Rutland. Here are some photographs of it, which are really helpful. And then, how did it get to Route 7? I found that by 1960s, it had been moved to Route 7 and became a gas station for a number of years. And this photo is very beneficial to me because this side of the building was burnt out when I was there. It also shows the electrical meter here, which is very important. My railroad is set 1960s, and notice that the pipe does not go through the roof here. So I need to tell the judges that that's why I copied it that way. But this is good. Yeah, I like this a lot. So what I did is I also contacted the Rutland Railroad Historical Society, and I found out that they had a magazine article, which is 30 plus years old, and I contacted them, and I was able to buy one. They still had one, and this article had actual drawings of the structure, which was great. So this was my station. This is what I was going to do. So I took a road trip. I took the 4-hour ride out to Dorset, and I brought my camera, I brought my tape measure, I brought my pad of paper, and I took lots of photos and notes, and I measured everything I could. I did not want to make the 4-hour trip out there again. I like this. So the inside here, notice how it's tongue and groove boards. The walls are dark, tongue and groove. I like in the ticket agents area here, this little vent with the grate here is very interesting, something I can model. So this is wonderful. I returned home, and the first thing I did is I drew plans. Even though I had the plans from the magazine article, I like to draw my own plans, and this gives me the parts I'm going to need. It also tells me how I'm going to construct it, if I need to make jigs, how I'm going to construct the windows, etc. So I drew everything out, and from this, I have a list of parts that I'm going to need. Now, this is typed up because this was part of my SOQ, but I make a list of parts. And what I always do, I always make a scale mock-up of the building. And I use a program called Model Builder by Evans Designs. And so I made it to scale, and I wanted to put it here initially. It wouldn't fit. I'm going to move it over here. And even moving it over here, I'm going to have to condense it 2 scale feet to have it fit in that spot. So I had to adjust my plans. And my suggestion to you, if you are going to compete for AP, or if you want to do a presentation like this, is to write down everything. Write down each step along the way, and in that step you want to include the size and the quantity of the pieces, how many pieces, for example, did it take you to make a door, what were they, and also you need to keep track of the parts. What parts were used over here? Every time I have a new part, I write it down, so I'll know. It makes the write-up much easier. The other thing I always do is I always take photographs of every step along the way. Unfortunately, with this particular project, I inadvertently erased a few of them. So you'll see later on, I'm going to have to combine photos. But that's the suggestion. All right, actually constructing the station. So the first thing I did is I cut the base, okay, out of 40,000 styrene, and I put 60,000 square strips for my foundation. And again, I try to detail as much as possible as I'm building. So I'm going to scribe the expansion lines in there. I put some cracks in it. I painted it. I weathered it. I had it all set up in advance. Initially, for my floor, I'm going to use scribe basswood, and I stained it. I put weight on it, had it flat. I glued it onto the base with weight. It was great when I took the weight off. The next morning, it was all warped. So I'm going to have to scrap that idea. And eventually, as you'll see later on, I'm going to use styrene and cardstock for the floor. The walls here were all cut from clapboard basswood. Again, I primed both sides first. I put weight on it to make sure it didn't warp. And then I cut out the doors and windows. And then I lightly sanded to get the fuzz off. That's something I'm going to have to do a couple times every time I paint it with something like 220 or 300 sandpaper. And for details, while it's all apart, I'm going to scribe random vertical lines on the clapboards. I use a straight edge, especially up here in the longer ones, because a board would not go that long. So I try to scribe lines. I don't have to do every one, just to give the appearance that the boards are separated. And I also used a hobby knife to lift some of the clapboards to give more detail. I did not want this to have a dilapidated look. I did want it to have a used look. Okay. And again, I also, since the judges are going to be looking for nail holes, I used a little pin to punch random nail holes. I got to use a straight edge going down to make sure they're straight. I just randomly put the nail holes in boards. Then I'm going to glue basswood that's already painted a maroon color on the sides. It didn't show that as one of the photos I erased. Okay, I'll show you that later on. And lastly, I distressed the clapboards to show its age. I have this little, what I describe as a tiny wire brush that looks like a pencil. And I just lightly weather the boards, and you'll see that in the close-up in a few minutes. Constructing the windows and doors. Again, I need to scratch build these to increase my complexity, okay? So the only commercial parts were the bar mills wooden muntins. I can't do a good job with this, and if I use styrene, it'd be flimsy. So these are made of wood. So I cut them out. You can see I cut out. So I have 2/2s, and I file them down, and they're primed right here with the white. I'm going to paint them on the outside with maroon later on, and then the inside with brown before I put on the glass. Okay. I made a jig. I love jigs. I made a jig to make the windows. I only have to make a few windows here, so it's not a lot of work. But I made the jig. I use hardboard. Typically, I use basswood or something else, some other type of wood to border this. But I had balsa wood because I have to have the same thickness as the walls for this to work. But I had balsa wood. Balsa wood worked fine for this project because I only had to make a couple windows. As you know, balsa wood condenses or compresses very easily. If I was to make 5, 6 windows, it'd probably become loose. But since I was making just a couple, it wasn't an issue. Okay. And the cement I use for my styrene is this Tamiya extra thin cement. And I use like a 000 brush to apply the cement. And this cement's great because it does not leave glue lines. You just connect the 2 pieces of styrene and you just touch the tip of the brush to the styrene and it wicks right in. It sets up fairly quickly. Okay, and it's nice to use. Now, because I'm gluing styrene, my jig had to be made out of wood. I couldn't make a styrene jig, otherwise it would stick to it. Here's the window detail. Now, this is an example of something I had to blow up from the previous photo because I lost this photo, So first of all, because it's double hung window and the top one overhangs the other, and the windows are not flush inside there, inset a little bit from the interior of the building, I use 20 by 40,000 styrene strips so that they set out from the inside. And since the top overhangs, I put another one on the top. Of course, this window is going to rest on the bottom one. So I did that. The frames are 10 by 60,000 styrene. The sill is 40 by 60,000, and I had to kind of file the edges so it fit. Is the frame. The trim is 10 by 40,000 styrene. Okay, and notice any gaps, I'm going to use putty to fill in slightly sand. Okay, and then after that, I'll paint this again before I put the windows on, the glass on. And the glue I use for all the wood parts and attaching the wood to the styrene, I use tacky glue here, which works fairly well. I didn't want like contact cement or something really messy. This works fairly well. I've had pretty good success with this. Door detail. So you can see here, this close up, you can see how I distressed the wood. You see the little dividing line here indicating the 2 strips of different strips of wood up there. Okay. The door, the base is 20,000 styrene. The threshold is 40 by 100 styrene, and on the inside, I'm going to angle it and file it so it angles down, just like a prototype. The middle rail is 10 by 80. The stiles are 10 by 40,000 styrene. Okay. The doorknob was 0.19 brass rod that I kind of painted. It looks like a knob. And the inside frame, okay, the inside frame is 10 by 6, and the outside trim is 10 by 8, which is exactly as the prototype. I need to do the interior because I had to put an interior in this building to make it complex. So this door took 27 parts to build, which is great for your total count. Now, one of the things I want to point out here, which I did not notice until I saw this photo and I blew it up, is there are gaps here. Now, in the building, if you look real close, you can see it's hard to see, but I should have filled this in. One of the problems I have, and I'm sure others have, I learned this from somebody else, is that as we build our models, we tend to fall in love with the models. And when you fall in love with the model, sometimes you'll omit the blemishes. So it's always good to have an extra pair of eyes to look at your model as you're building, if possible. Preparing for assembly. So all exterior trim was painted. All the trim was painted. All of it was put on. I put on 5,000 clear styrene, was used for windows. I applied it with canopy glue and a toothpick. Make darn sure that that did not show through the windows. That's very important because judges are looking for that error. The interior walls here were finished prior to assembly. I printed cardstock. I was able to find a photo online of tongue and groove, dark tongue and groove board. I was able to put it in a photo manipulation program and get it to scale. And I glued that right onto the styrene, or in this case, onto the wood. And I'm going to add a chair rail here. All the interior trim is going to be done as much as I can before I construct it. Assembly. I assembled the four walls to the foundation here. Okay, this is the crucial step in the whole process. I had to make sure they were square. I had to make sure they were plumb, and I had to make sure they were level. I had to make sure that the building slightly overhung the foundation. You know, you do not want the foundation to show because that's not prototypical. Ideally, in HO scale, if you can have the walls overhang about 0.010 of an inch, that would be very good. And I made sure that was the case. And so as this was setting up, I clamped it. And for the first half hour or so, I kept checking because sometimes you clamp it, it kind of puts it out of square. And so I made darn sure that this was square. If it wasn't square, then I would take my knife and I kind of slice the walls out and I'd start over again. Then I applied the cardstock flooring, which I bought online. I bought, which is very good. I bought a picture online, and then I applied the baseboards underneath. Again, these are all painted brown beforehand, so I just had to glue them in with my tacky glue. I made the interior partition walls. Again, these are 60,000 styrene. I cut out the door openings for the window, the ticket counter openings. Okay, and then I glued the cardstock to the interior walls on both sides of the wall. Okay, I fabricated the ticket counter and also the vent below using the bars out of brass rods. I'll show that in a minute. I added details. I scratch built this chimney. I scratch built a desk and other things, and I had commercial chair and some of the other commercial parts. But I tried to scratch build things in the storage room. I'll talk about this later. Some were commercial. A lot was scratch built. And I wanted the interior to be lit. So I needed a way to have the wires into the building. I used the chimney, and I did not want to, I have to make the roof removable so the judges can see the inside. I didn't want to have the mess of having wires and having a little connector. So I made a contact connection with 2 copper strips, little springy copper strips. They connect to the chimney. The roof. Again, the roof had to be removable for the judges to see the interior. So I started by cutting the interior ceiling. Okay, and what I do typically is I make a template out of cardstock and I keep tweaking it until it fits. I want it to be snug but not overly tight. Okay, and then I obviously cut out the chimney spot here, and then I copied it onto styrene. And around the chimney here, I'm going to use 60 by 100,000 strip because I'm going to have to connect the connections to the lights from the chimney. Now, another crucial part are these rafters. I had to put 4 rafters across here. Again, they have to be 3 feet. This soffit here is 3 feet from the exterior wall, and they had to be uniform. So I made them. I made 2 out of cardstock templates, and I put them next to each other. I flipped them around and make sure they are uniform across the board, and then I transferred them to styrene, and I cut out styrene, and I placed them all together, made sure they're exactly the same. A couple I had to redo. Again, this is a crucial step because if this is off, the roof is not going to come out. I'm going to drill holes in the rafters for the wires to go through. Again, I'm going to do the same thing for the hip rafters, make a template out of cardstock, and then I'll cut them out, and I'm going to have to make sure they're all the same. I inserted this ridge for strength, otherwise it would bow in. And then I'm going to use a straight edge. I'm going to come across this, and these all have to hit to make sure these are all on the same level here going around. And for the soffit out here, the prototype had 4-inch wide boards, and I couldn't find anything. So what I decided to do, I used 40 thousandths evergreen clapboards, and I sanded them smooth so that the lines still showed, but they were smooth, and that worked well. I'll show you that in a minute. The roof brackets. Okay, I use 40,000 square styrene, and I chamfered the ends here. I'm going to add a bolt wash nut casting here. Okay, and I'm going to apply this with tacky glue. Now this is the one part. Tacky glue does not work well because there's not a lot of strength here. I have to be very careful with these with the tacky glue. I've had to glue them a few times. Now that the roof is on, I never take it off, so it's not an issue. But again, that's where the tacky glue is not as strong. Okay, I'm going to have to add a top trim here, and I added 1,000 by 60 thousandths here because when the roof is on, I did not want a gap to show. The judges are going to turn it upside down and look at it. I did not want that gap to show. They had to remove the roof. So everything is snug. I had to kind of just briefly sand a little bit of file so that those brackets fit snugly. Adding lights. I secured the copper wires to the chimney here, and I ran the lights through. My lights are engineering lights, and you can see underneath here, you can see the lights I have. 3 of the lights work. The one in the storeroom back here is not working, but the other ones work. And notice the soffit detail. So here's my soffit I did by sanding down the clapboards, and you had to make sure these are really tight. I used a little putty to fill in if any gaps, and then the soffit actually continues down the roof here, and I had to scribe 4-inch lines in here also. The roof exterior. So I used 40,000 styrene, and I cut the 4 hip pieces here, and the 2 top pieces. I added a clapboard peak here. I applied again the 20 by 80 thousandths edging here, and 20 by 40 thousandths, just like the prototype. The gutters. Now this had gutters on the front and back only. That's in the prototype. I had to make sure the judges knew why I didn't have gutters on all 4 sides. Okay, that was important to point out to them. It only has 2 drain pipes also. But I fabricated the gutters by using 2 60 thousandths angle, and I overlapped and glued them together. And I'm going to, put a little piece of styrene in the end. And the drains, I'm going to use 60 thousandths. I kind of file it down to a kind of V-ish shape, and I drill a 3/64 hole. That's the size of my gutter. And again, this only had gutters in the front and back. Okay, the tiles, sheets of tile that I got, and they were gray. And since the prototype has a reddish color, reddish tint to it, eventually I'm going to have to put weathering powders. I use pan pastels to make it a little red. I added the top fascia here. Okay, again 20 by 8, 20 by 4 on the top. Again, for the ridge caps, I'm going to use regular paper, and I want to have a simulated copper look. So I use like a mossy green color, and then I dry brush it with a brown very lightly to have that copper look. The final details for exterior. I scratch built the chimney from styrene and brick sheet. I painted it a reddish color off red. And what I use for the mortar joints, I use joint compound with my finger, and I kind of squish it in there as best I can, and then I wipe off whatever effect I want. I want this to have kind of, I got a used look. Now, I don't have that photograph, but for the flashing around the chimney, I had a tar flashing that I made from white glue. I let sit for a bit, stiffen up a bit. I put a drop of black in, and that's what I use to my tar around the base of the chimney. The electric meter, again, I based that in that 1960 photo, and I wanted to make sure the judges know it does not go through the roof. I put a weatherhead at the top because that's what the judge is looking for. All right, the flashing on the triangle here, again, that's prototypical. I used 10 by 40,000, and I painted it gray. I touched up the paint. I sanded a little bit. I used some powders. Again, you don't want to overly weather it. All right. Also, I lifted some random shingles with my knife. I did not want this to have, again, a dilapidated look. I fabricated the gutter brackets. There are two gutter brackets here. I used 1/8 angled styrene, and I drilled my hole in, and I lightly filed off a rounded end at one side. And the gutters are made from 3/64 brass rod that I had. And again, I fabricated them just like in the prototype. For the interior, again, I use commercial waiting benches. I like them better. In the baggage area, I used, again, as I said, I used commercial and scratch built pots. I scratch built the light in the desk. The clock is commercial. The broom is commercial. The desk is commercial. The chimney I fabricated. Again, I put a clean out door down here, and I wanted to make sure that the judges knew that. So I wrote that in my description. I hid the detail for the ticket counter. All right. I put in signs, things inside. I put a stove in. Obviously, that's a commercial stove. One of the things I didn't notice until the night before the judges came when I was doing my final check, I looked at this. I said, wait a minute. This should have something on the floor. The stove is not just sit on a wood floor, and maybe even something behind it. But at that point in time, it's glued to the paper. If I removed it, it would have torn it. So I decided to let it go. And of course, the judge did point that out to me. So that's something that, again, I fell in love. I just totally missed that. So it is ready for judging. Here it is. Now, I am not an expert judge. I have had a few models judged, and I have volunteered for 4 different conventions to be a judge. So I do have an understanding of how the system works. And I'd like to spend the end of this just to go over a few pointers about judging. So judging or evaluating, there are 2 ways to get your model evaluated. One, you can enter at a model contest at a convention like we have in Concord this fall, or you could have the judges come to your house for an evaluation. So convention judging, let's look at that first. That's the most common way. So you have to complete Form 901, 902, okay? And this Form 902, this is the form that judges actually receive, and they'll assign you a number. So the judges don't know who you are. They only know your number, and you need to fill out this space in here for you to write something in. You need to write something in there. Tell the judges what to look for. My suggestion is that you say, see attached sheet, and you attach sheets with pictures and a better description of each category. Okay, and there's going to be some redundancy because you're going to explain scratch building construction, you're going to explain scratch building in details, so there is some redundancy here. But that's what you need to do. Okay, and I said use photos to enhance your descriptions, and every photo should have a caption. So the write-up, so some suggestions here. Keep the judging guidelines in mind. If you do not include something, explain why you don't have it, and try to include whatever that category is, okay? The judges don't have much time. The way judging works is there are 5 teams of judges at a contest, and there are 2 members, a minimum, to a team, and each team takes 1 category, and that team will judge every model in that room in that category. So let's say that, I'm in a team that's going to do the details. Let's say we have 40 models in that room, which is probably typical. If I spend 5 to 7 minutes per model, that's about 8, 9, 10 models an hour. So I'm going to be in that room at least 4 hours. I do not have a lot of time to spend deciphering your write-up. So it needs to be quick and to the point. That's why photos are really nice. Again, I can't decipher things. If a judge can't read it, they don't have time to look at it. They can't time to decipher it, try to figure out. They got to ignore it. Okay. So I would type it unless your handwriting is really nice. Again, you have to address each category separately. You want, like construction and explain. You want conformity, explain. And there's going to be redundancy, especially on the scratch building, because what's going to happen is if I'm doing details, I'm not reading the conformity. I'm not reading construction. I'm only reading details. So you have to be redundant a bit. And again, you want to explain briefly and provide captions with photos best. For details, just make a list of all the detailed parts. You want to highlight the scratch build parts so they can just scan it and say, oh, there's a lot of details here. Okay. Now, the other way you can have your model judge is home evaluations. And this is my recommendation for people just starting out. Okay. It can be done at your home or a convenient location, like the end of a division meeting, for example. 2 judges can come. And modelers in this scenario, modelers are encouraged to stay and witness the judging. It's a great learning experience. So obviously they know who you are and they're going to ask you questions. They're going to say, well, how did you make these windows, for example? Or is this scratch built? How did you do that floor? Whatever. And you can ask them questions. So it's a great way to learn how the process works. You use a different evaluation form. You use that evaluation form I pointed out to in the beginning of this presentation. Again, you want to write your write-up is going to be the same. You're going to address each category like you normally would. And again, the thing you have to remember is this. If you don't earn a merit on the model, it will still count as one of your 12 structures. Now, typically, what will happen is that in the contest on the back of the form, they will write commendations and recommendations. So if you didn't earn merit, read the back. It might give you some pointers, and you may be able to fix your model. Okay. The same thing with the home evaluations. If you're close, let's say you're scoring like high 70s, low 80s, try to make some changes. And again, the judges are human and everybody has slightly different standards, even though the matrix does help. You might want to have different people judge your model. The last slide. One of the things I enjoy about this hobby is that there are many different approaches to any given task. And today I've shown you how I approach scratch building. And I hope you've picked up a few pointers. And I really hope that you try scratch building, whether you're for merit or not. But what would really make me happy is if a few of you would build a model and submit it for merit. Nothing would please me more than meeting you in a year or so from now, have you come up to me and say, by the way, John, I just want to let you know that I built the model and it earned merit. That would certainly make my day. I'd like to end by saying I hope to see many of you in Concord, September 11th to 14th, and we'll have a great time at the convention.
Thanks, John. That was a very informative and interesting clinic. And you got a lot of favorable comments in the chat, so you ought to go back and look at that. We have some time here for a few questions. There were a number of people talking about, does it qualify as scratch built if you draw up your own CAD drawings and do 3D printing parts?
My understanding, absolutely. If you do the work yourself, it does count towards scratch building. So
Okay.
I haven't done that personally.
And in talking to people, and I know you went into it in the clinic, building the scratch built windows and doors really intimidates people. But you do get a lot more points in the judging aspect if you do that, correct?
You do, and if you have a large building, it's not an issue. But my building is very small, so that's what I did. And plus, I only had 4/4 windows. Again, if you build the jig, that's the key: is to build the jig, and you can fabricate the same dimensions. It's not that bad.
Okay. And then we understand they recently allow now low relief structures to be judged or entered
That's what,
as your scratch built structures.
well, that's what I understand. I think the current change in regulations, you have to have 10 scale feet of depth, and you have to be super detailed. What it will count towards one of your 12 structures. I'm not 100% certain if it will count, if you can submit that for a merit award or not. I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
Do you, I think you went into it, and I've talked to a number of people. People get intimidated by the word judging, and it's really an evaluation to make you
Yeah.
a better modeler. People think they're competing against the other folks for the merit award. Can you comment on that and just reinforce that?
Right, a merit award is not a contest. Um, Again, the key, as I mentioned in the presentation, is to look at the judging guidelines in the matrix that they have, and that's what you want to go by. How complex is your model, and what was your quality in a lot of the categories? And you're right, Artie. I mean, it has made me a much better modeler. I know what to look for, and my model quality has increased tremendously. So if you're inclined to do this, I know not everybody is inclined. If you're inclined to do this, you should look at the judging guidelines and give it a try.
Now, somebody wanted to know if you have a suggested technique for modeling curve, trim, and detailing.
It varies on the particular on the particular curve. Again, I am a big advocate of making a jig to get. Once I make my template, and I'll try to make a jig for that. If it's curved, I mean, it's kind of difficult. I have to scribe something, or I have to whittle something, whatever. I have a project coming up where I'm going to have to try that. So we'll see how that works. I'm thinking of producing one and then doing some casting for the rest of the roof supports of this particular project I have coming up.
And can you comment? I know a lot of people think you only can get the merit award and bring your structure to a convention, but mention maybe, how you can talk to your local AP judge for evaluation.
Well, exactly. As I mentioned in my presentation, if you're starting out, I highly recommend that you contact your divisional AP chair and have him or her come to your house. You have to have two judges come to your house. And in that situation, you're encouraged to sit with the judge, and you're there when they go over the model. And they can ask you questions, and you can ask them questions. It's a great learning experience. You understand this is not some mysterious process. I understand what I have to do. And again, especially the first couple of models, I strongly urge you to do that, because in a contest room, you get a piece of paper with some comments on it, and you have no idea really how it was judged.
Right. Is there anything you would do differently on these structures now that you've become a better modeler?
I try to detail is crucial. You look at some of the models in magazines, for example, or some of the ones at conventions. You go to the celebration room, look at some of those models. It is the details that really make the models stand out, and the more details I can put on there, they have to be prototypical details, obviously. It just kind of shines, and that's what I'm constantly striving for. How can I add those things, those little extras in my models?
Super. Well, appreciate your answering these questions. Again, thanks for a very good clinic tonight, and we hope to talk to you again.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to have a model showcase of members that submitted to the NERx committee.
Welcome to the 2025 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all of the models submitted for the showcase. Part 2 starts now. Jim DeMarco, a master model railroader from the Lakeshores Division, built 4 HO-scale dioramas, each featuring an industry. Each of the modules are 24 inches long, and the first track is 2 inches from the front of the dioramas. The second track is 2.5 inches center to center, running parallel with 2 crossovers between them. Jim is using this fine-scale miniatures kit as an Agway farm store on one of the dioramas. The store will supply farm equipment and feed for the farmers and the public. On this diorama, Jim is using the Campbell grain elevator kit. It is a 30,000 bushel elevator used for grinding grains for companies like Agway, horse farmers, and dairy farmers. The siding can hold 1 car. Jim is using a second Campbell kit for this diorama. It has 1 siding for incoming lumber. The window manufacturing plant receives and ships goods off the main line. The siding can hold 2 cars. Jim uses a second elevator on the last diorama to handle incoming and outgoing corn, wheat, and beans by rail and truck to big grain milling companies. The siding can hold 5 cars. Dennis Colucci of the Hudson Valley Division and his girlfriend Teresa Mark built this N-scale apple orchard on a T-track module. They worked together to build the module kit from Klondike's. They designed the scene and Scratch built the roadside farm stand. Dennis worked to build a topography from foam and adding scenic elements. Apple trees were built from 28 gauge jewelry wire, fiber puffs, and ground foam. This is their first T-track module and are quite pleased with it from start to finish. The module was included in a T-track layout at the Amherst Railway Society's annual Railroad Hobby Show in Springfield, Massachusetts. Chris Cafaro of the Green Mountain Division built this catenary maintenance car for his freelance traction railroad, the North Coast Electric. Chris custom painted and added details to a modified Bachmann gas electric doodlebug. Ted Damone, a modeler in Rhode Island, relettered this O-scale MTH Alco RSD4 from the Utah Railway to his Ponderville Northern Atlantic Railway. The Ponderville runs from New London to Nova Scotia on old New York Central Hudson trackage, now leased from Amtrak. It runs round trip once per day in spring, summer, and fall. It is referred to as the most northern, eastern scenic route to Thunder Bay and Nova Scotia vacation resorts, casinos, and hotels. The model was weathered with acrylic washes, A&I, and pan pastels. We are midway through the NERx Model Showcase. That means Part 3 is coming tomorrow night.
While we have some technical difficulties with one of our participants, we're going to jump to a tip and technique, building grade crossings. Take it
Hi,
away,
this is
Pete.
Richard Heir, member of the Central New York Division of the NMRA. I appreciate the opportunity to do this presentation this evening on the use of flangeways on grade crossings. Now, I have a number of grade crossings on my layout which I had built, never really was satisfied with them. I did not try to model flangeways, which of course are an essential part of grade crossings. I came across a diorama on YouTube. This is Boomer diorama. I believe the gentleman's name is Warren Jones. This is his Boomer diorama number 247. All that information, by the way, will show up at the end of the presentation. And he used a styrene product, an evergreen angle, an L-shaped angle, very, very small, 1.5 millimeter by 1.5 millimeter, to represent a flangeway. And I tried it both on my layout, both using timbers and also embedded rail. In my case, concrete. It could be also with asphalt. And I was pleased with the results, and I thought I would share with you this evening how I did that. Now, first, if I can, I'd like to talk about using timbers. Now, the size of the dimensional lumber, it's a somewhat unusual size. It's 1/16 wide and 5/64 high. Now that is available through Easton lumber, Easton scale lumber, and again their information will be shown at the end. You can use, and I have used, 1/16 by 3/32 high, but that's a little high for the rails, which of course is not going to work. So you have to either sand it down or and actually cut it down a little bit. So I was fortunate to find this 5/64 dimension, and I used that. Now, as far as the preparation for that, obviously cut that to size. I curved the ends a little bit, as is prototypical. I stained it. I used Hunter Cordovan Brown. Now, I diluted that about 1:1 with isopropyl alcohol. I didn't want to make it too dark to begin with. You can always, if you start light, you can always darken it. For this size lumber, when I glued 7 of these together, it worked fairly well for that area between the flangeways. Now, if it's tight at all, you want to sand that down. You don't want to be forcing that in, because this is very thin styrene. You're going to be pushing that too close to the rail, and that might give you problems with operation. For preparation of the timbers on the outside of the rail, they do such a great job modeling our rails. I use these are Code 83 rails, by the way, and these are Pico track that I use. But they have the spike heads in the tie plate, and that would interfere with that first. And of course, the lower part of the rail interferes with that first timber, and you want that as close to the outside of the rail as you can, because that's prototypic. So for this first piece of timber, I used a 1/16 by 1/16, glued that to the 1/16 by 5/64, and that made the first. So I prepared these beforehand. Now, as far as preparation of the the rails in the track itself, again we have the problem of the spike heads in the tie plates, which can throw this component off, this L-shaped piece of styrene off. This is okay. I've done this. It works okay, but I really wanted a more of a glue surface for this. And so what I did was actually taking a number 11 blade, clip off the spike and as much of the tie plate as I could. I also used a chisel blade to scrape off the extra part of the tie plate, even sanded it down a little bit, so that I could get a nice level surface to attach that piece of angled styrene. I will now, as far as the flangeway itself, now this is an evergreen product, and it is number 201, I believe. We'll have all that information at the end of the presentation. I cut this to size, sprayed it with flat gray primer, and then colored it the same way I color the sides of my rails. For that, I use Microlux. They're a rail brown color. Microlux is a Micromart product with some rust, mostly brown, but a little bit of rust. And I just sort of mix that as I go along. And I did all these in the way of preparation. Now, I have previously removed the inside components of the rail, of the spike heads, etc., from this component of the track. I was a little bit nervous when I did this. I thought, as some of you might imagine, that this would that might allow the rail to slip out of gauge. Didn't happen, but I thought even if it did, I could put it back in gauge and just hit the outside of the rail with a little bit of super glue. Now, to apply this, you need good lighting, which we have, of course. They have great lighting right now. I use my glasses and my magnifying visor, because what I want to do is I want to get these components as close as I possibly can to the rail, and I'm going to use super glue for this. I'm going to use accelerator, kicker, and the challenging part is you want to really be looking at this and holding this in place while the glue is setting up and the accelerator is working. To apply the accelerator, I just want to use a small amount because I don't want to spread it in the areas where I haven't applied the glue, otherwise it's going to set up too fast. It sets up awfully fast anyhow, as you know. Obviously, it's going to be aligned in this direction. For the first couple, I can apply the glue first. You don't need a lot of glue. So we're going to apply this to the first couple. While I hold this in place, close as I can to the rail. While I'm holding that in place, I'm reaching for my accelerator, holding it horizontal till I get to the point, then dropping a little bit on that, repeating that again, just holding that in place, trying to be patient. Timing wise, I always say as long as I can say a brief prayer that this thing holds. And then I can move down the line. And the tricky thing is to keep my eye. So we've done 1, 2. So now I'm going to count 3, 4. Accelerator. Just a drop. Holding it in place. And that I do till it's finished. And when it's finished, then I will lay the timbers in. And remember what I said, you don't want to be forcing that in because you want this, you don't want to be pressing that in because that might interfere with your operations. And I'm going to, to glue this down I'm gluing wood to plastic. So what I like to use is Wellbond for that. It glues pretty quickly. White glue is too slow for me. I'm not that patient. I know it's a hobby that demands patience, but we all have our limits. And then I would glue this first outside one that we talked about. Put another one, sometimes 2. Sometimes you have to sand down a little bit to squeeze that in. I like to have, certainly in an urban area, I like to have my road, the height of my roadway close to the rail. And when I'm gluing I usually just make my streets on the at the workbench, and then I glue these in. I bring them right up to the tie, and it seemed to work out pretty well. I like the appearance of the flangeway. You're looking down, you're not seeing all those spike heads. You're seeing an actual flangeway.
Okay, before we start the roundtable, I just want to remind you tonight's presentations are being sponsored by MiniPrints. Make sure you enter for the gift certificate drawings by 9:30. Again, the link is right under the description on the YouTube. Now we'll move to the roundtable discussion. It'll be led by Bernard Hellen of MiniPrints, and he will be joined by Nick Masney of ITLA and Tom Johnson of Cass County Railroad fame. Bernard is a member of the NMRA Niagara Frontier Region and models the G&W Quebec Gatineau short line railroad in HO scale from Montreal to Quebec City. He has always loved the scenery aspect of the model railroading hobby. 5 years ago, Bernard started MiniPrints, a business selling 3D printed figures, objects, and animals. Bernie lives in Toronto with his wife, 2 teenage sons, a field spaniel, and a horse named Pumpkin. Take it away, Bernie.
Thanks so much, Artie, and thanks so much for inviting us to NERx. This is my 5th year, and it's so much fun. I'm thrilled to be here. Originally, I had put this slide up to talk about why 3D printing, but now I'm going to be asking why is my modem behaving the way it is. So I apologize, everyone. This was not to create a little bit of excitement and anticipation, although I hope it did. This was because at exactly 7:30, my modem decided that it would reconnect to the internet. So thank you, Murphy. So today we've got an amazing panel, myself, Nick, and Tom Johnson, who you see on the screen. I will tell you a little bit about them in a minute. But I just wanted to sort of set the stage with what we are and what we are not going to do tonight. So when Chuck originally pitched this idea to me, I guess it was probably last September at the NER regional convention, he said, how about a roundtable on 3D printing? And I thought, fantastic. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, this is not going to be how. This is not going to be how to 3D print, because honestly, that's been done to death. And it's also, not only has it been done to death, but it's also impossible to do in 45 minutes. Whoops. So if you are here to learn how to 3D print, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not what we're going to do tonight. If you are interested in how to the NMRA through other NMRAXs and NERXs, I have a whole bunch of fantastic videos on how to. And that's really what the internet is for. So what I'd like to use our time tonight to talk about is how does 3D printing really fit into this hobby? And more specifically, and back to the why would you want to consider adding 3D printed items to your modeling toolbox? So that's going to be a little bit of the focus tonight. And we're going to approach it really from three very different points of view. As I mentioned, tonight we've got Nick. Nick is the owner of ITLA. Nick will be up first, and he will have a short 15-minute presentation. I will then talk a little bit about my intersection with 3D printing. And then the real excitement of the night will be Tom Johnson, who is the modeler of the absolutely spectacular Cass County layout. So that's a little bit of the game plan. If at any point you have questions, comments, if you want to throw something at the screen, Artie is going to be standing by and he's got comments. He can choose whether or not the comments come directly to us if it's urgent and we need to address it on the spot, or we will save 15 minutes at the end. So by all means, it's a round table. So let's go around. Our first presenter will be Nick at ITLA. Rather than tell you all the wonderful things I know about Nick, I will let Nick introduce himself. Take it away, Nick.
Okay, thanks, Bernard. My name is Nick Massney. I'm the owner of ITLA Scale Models with my wife, Renee, and the both of us operate the company to the best of our abilities from our home in Dorchester, Ontario, Canada. Bernard, if you could just drop down a slide for me. Just to touch on a little bit about who we are and what we do, and hopefully you guys might have heard of us. If not, I would encourage you to go have a look at my website, itlascalemodels.com. We manufacture precision laser cut kits and structures, detail parts, modular wall panels, and elevated, actually New York and Chicago elevated railway systems as well. We try to use some premium quality plywoods, MDF, laser board, and of course 3D printed materials, and that's kind of what we're going to touch on tonight. So myself, I'm a modeler, HO scale modeler primarily. I've been a model railroader all my life as well, like most of you all. And I strive for accuracy, and I love the engineering solutions, which is what really drew me to this business that we operate today. And it sounds maybe a little bit geeky, but I love to execute the engineering solutions and the kits that we produce. And we try to make it easy for you, the modeler, to build our product and to enjoy it. Because if you're happy, I've obviously done a decent job of providing you something fun to build. So if you look at the right of that screen, you'll see some of the categories on my website. Please have a look. We develop all of our products with a modular design theory or theme. And you'll see some of that when you go look at the product. But tonight I want to touch on, something that Bernard mentioned just a moment ago, and that's the blending of the different technologies, whether it's laser cut wood kits or 3D printed or plastic or what have you. I feel that there is a benefit to leveraging the best of all of those worlds, and creating something truly unique for the model railroader, for the hobbyist himself. So Bernard, if you could drop down. Thank you very much. So I talked about combining technology. In this case, I'm going to talk about combining laser engraved wood with 3D resin printed parts. And you're going to see why in another slide or two. There's a couple stories that I can share with how we got to where we are. And the benefit is really for you, the modeler. So choosing the right manufacturing technology and material, I believe, can provide the best scaled result possible. So fine details and reliefs I can engrave into the wood surface, and you can see that on the right with the exposed rebar showing through, spalling masonry or flaking off concrete kind of thing. And that's all done with the lasers, and there's a couple of techniques that I use to get to that level. But as a kit manufacturer, I'm always looking for ways that I could add more value to my kits and to make them a little more unique, and of course to make them as accurate as I can. And from a laser manufacturing perspective, sure, I can do more engraving, I can deepen the brick, I can add different features and whatnot, or I can even add layers to the surfaces. And really in my part of the business, a lot of the effect that you can get with masonry structures, as an example, is driven by the layers in which you add to the product surface, whether they're extra layers of brick or cornice or pilasters or things such as that. And you go the other way down and get down into the material, like I've done here with the rebar example. But when you want to consider other detail elements, either on the roof or the wall, or of course at the ground level, then you got to start to think about what other technologies can I employ or what can I bring into that kit to bring that accuracy level up. And that collaboration with Bernard as an example here is what can take us to that next level of scale detail. And we'll touch on that in the next slide. Okay, and guys, feel free to jump in anytime you want. I'm just going to keep rambling. Hopefully everybody can hear me. The combined technology that we're speaking of, again, laser cutting and 3D printing. So I want to share with you that image that it's really one part of my HO scale tri-state fabricators kit. And it's an important image to me because it represents these two technologies very well. So you can achieve, I believe, you can achieve a finer scale representation when you choose the right technology and the right material. So we also at the same time want to consider the efficiency of manufacturing. So in my case and in Bernard's case, we are volume manufacturers. So you want to try to produce your products quickly and efficiently and obviously accurately and with quality. So you have to consider all that when you're choosing the certain detail part and the way in which you're going to manufacture it. So if you study this photo for a moment, and Bernard, I might get you to use your cursor for me.
Sure.
I'll look at it as we go. So let's look at within this image, there's a bunch of laser cut parts I want to call out, and there's a bunch of 3D printed parts. And if you look up at the top left-hand corner, you'll see that window vent. Okay, that's a laser cut component as an example, because it made sense with the window frame off to its right to produce those out of the same material at the same time with the same technology. So the window frames and vents are laser cut in this image. If you drop down to the bottom left, Bernard, the little two-door electrical junction box as an example, that's a laser cut part as well, comprised of two layers of material. And you look at that, and to me, it's workable. It doesn't have to be a 3D part. It could be a 3D part, but in my case, I can easily produce that along with those window frames and that vent in the same sheet of material as the kit is being processed. So drain pipe brackets, if you focus on that vertical pipe in the middle of the image, you can see the tiny brackets against the wall. Those are also laser cut parts. And again, one of those opportunities to search for the finest detail that you can make out of this technology. And that was one that was I was pretty happy with. The HVAC ducting you see, the vertical ducting, that's all laser cut material as well, both wood and laser board. And it, yes, you can 3D print it. Yes, you can cast it even in white metal. But again, with respect to the speed and the efficiency, I chose to do that in my standard materials, the MDF and laser board. The wood pallets, of course, you see that little wood pallet down to the right of the entryway. What better material than wood to make a wood pallet from, right? So that's where we kept that particular detail part in its natural material. And then let's touch on the 3D printed material. So in this case, Bernard and I collaborated on a lot of these, on all these parts actually. And this was a neat opportunity to leverage his skills and his company's abilities to provide my company with the next level of detail that I could not produce with the laser machines that I own. So as an example, that the electrical meters and the conduit going vertically up to the eventual connection to the line pole, a great example of where a 3D part shines, right? Because it's a round conduit. It's a thicker electrical meter with a face on it. You could replicate some of that in a laser cutting, but this is a better execution in my opinion. You look at the garbage dumpster to the right of that and the garbage bags. There's no way I was going to be able to produce that with laser cut materials very easily. So again, perfect example for Bernard's technology. The fire department hose connection further to the right of that, the parking bollards, the trash cans, the barrels, all that great stuff. And then lastly, you see those, the light fixtures over the dock doors. Another great example of a 3D printed part that comes to you with a hole already provided for an LED to pass through. Stuff like that is where we do the back and forth and collaboratively develop the solution set for a kit like this. Any thoughts or questions, guys, before I skip to the next page? No? Okay. So here's a great example, story, a tale of two parts is what I call it. So early on in the design of this N-scale water tank, I had created a roof, a conical roof, that was comprised of 8 laser cut parts. And you can see those parts in the blue box to the right. And that was a bit of with a little bit of an excerpt from the instruction set. And that was a bit of a challenge to put together. It could be built, but this is a great example of considering the modeler and considering the customer in a sense, because had I put that product out on market, I could envision, especially in N scale, you can imagine how small those parts are. So, I can envision one of those little triangular gussets, flying across the room as your tweezers, slip sideways and away it goes. And, obviously an upset customer, and obviously I'd have to provide a part, and it would not be very efficient for either of us and not very fun for the modeler. So a good example of talking to Bernard and coming up with a solution, which is really a one-piece 3D printed part. So that's what exists on that particular product today, and a really great example of what 3D printing and can do to provide you the solution and improve the product and make it easier for a person to build. Okay, next one, Bernard. And again, choosing the right material and the right technology in my mind makes the difference. So again, looking at this Tri-State Fabricators kit, the laser cut HVAC unit on the top left there is comprised of all my, I'll call them home materials, the stuff that I would normally use in all my kits. And it's a layered build, and it's a pretty easy manufacturing process, and it probably runs in, that kind of stuff will probably run in about 5 or 10 minutes of laser cut time, laser engraving cut time. And bottom left is the collaborative effort of Bernard and I, and that's the part sprue that comes in the kit in its earliest form at this point. But you can see on that part sprue are all those great little 3D parts that are augmenting this particular kit. And again, if you look in that view and that image, you'll see a lot of those parts within on the face of the model and on the ground there as well. So again, it's choosing the right material in my mind and the right technology to give you the solution and to bring the value to the customer. So that's kind of what that's some of the processing in the background, the thought processing that Bernard and I went through with respect to this Tri-State Fabricators kit. So that's kind of where, that's my 2 cents worth in terms of the roundtable and blending the technologies, the benefits that brings to the table.
And what would you have done? You have been doing this for how many years, Nick?
I've been running the company for 13 years now.
So 13 years ago, pre-3D printing.
Yes.
If you wanted this level of detail, did you just do without, or what did the world look like 13
Back
years
then.
ago?
Yeah, that's a great question, Bernard, because back then, the only way I could have got to, I don't think I could get to the level of fidelity and detail that you see in this model today. I could have come close with some of the old white metal castings and things such as that I could have brought in or bought in to my company. I did do a little more laser cutting, and perhaps I would have done a little bit more crude work as best that my laser technology would allow for some of the parts. I couldn't make light fixtures very well, that's for certain. Crates and bins and things, yeah, I could have done that. But in all honesty, now with the technology where it is, it's so easy to create this stuff. And to your point, if you can think it, you can create it.
So Nick, going back to the roof where you switched to the laser print, how much of the technology can you share between a laser cut drawing process and the 3D printing process? Bernard, did you have to reinvent the wheel, or could you share some of the same technology?
Yeah, I don't think Nick and I have ever shared actual files because we work in different worlds. He's an SVG world where he has sort of lines and kind of like almost an Illustrator template. And I'm a totally different world. So I don't think we've never actually sort of been able to
files or anything.
different, yeah, it's a different mechanism of producing something.
Yeah, it's a good question, Artie. Yeah, in my world, a lot of it is it can start in a 3D design drawing, like AutoCAD drawing or something like that, but it ends up ultimately in a 2D world. So Microsoft Illustrator or Corel Draw or something like that is what it boils down to. And like Bernard said, it's a bunch of lines. So all of those parts in my HVAC unit would really be represented on a 2D drawing with a bunch of cut lines and engraving lines, as an example. In Bernard's world, it would have to be 3D, a 3D image that's rotatable and manipulatable.
Now, having said that, you've never actually, if you start in a 3D drawing, Nick, and then you slice it down into the 2D components, it would be very interesting. We've never tried that experiment, but if you're thinking in 3D, it would be fun for you to send something over, and rather than take the 3D and strip it back down to the 2D, send me the 3D. And I wonder if we have some experimentation we could do there.
That's possible. Yeah, we can talk about that later. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's excellent. So Artie, we can, if there are any questions specifically for Nick that you want to jump in on, we can ask them now. Or I see Heath has a question, or we can address it now, or jump, wait till the end. It's up to you.
Now we have one quick question that's sort of Nick specific.
Sure.
On your elevated structures, would you ever consider going to 3D on any of those?
That's a great question, Heath. I am looking at componentry now that might augment that model, that kit. So there's things in there that I'd like to add, like third rail shoes and things, or third rail pedestals, I should say, things like that. There's some of those details that could be added to the kit. Other than that, there's not. At the moment, I don't have a lot of ideas to bring forward on that product line. If you've got ideas, by all means, shoot me an email, and I'm happy to talk to you about them.
And I think, Heath, that was a question, it looks like, from Nota. real person. Heath was
Oh.
asking, how did you choose your era? Because all of your kits have a very specific look and it seems to stay in a specific world. So he was interested in sort of the ITLA aesthetic.
Okay. Well, sorry about that, but the answer to that would be, I guess it starts with my own modeling era. So I modeled the transition era primarily, and I like the fact that a lot of these structures also exist today in today's world. They're just repurposed. You can fast forward them in a sense or change their era with the signage that you add, with the weathering you use, the paint colors you use, and things such as that. A lot of my stuff on the website you'll see looks transition era-ish, but this stuff like the Tri-State kit that we're looking at right here now is intended to be more of a modern, like a 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s type structure. Even I guess it would still survive today. So to answer your question, that's where I started transition era primarily, and now thinking about era shifting and how to fast forward some of these structures ahead in time.
Awesome. All right. In the interest of time, I'm going to do a quick one, and then I want to save a lot of time for Tom, because you will not believe, if you are not familiar with Tom's layout, you are in for a real treat. So this is me in Quebec City, as I'm sure that most of the people here have heard before. I was a modeler modeling the Quebec Gatineau, as was mentioned, and I built a basement-sized layout. And in the basement-sized layout, there was this wonderful little beaver lodge that I constructed. And if you have not heard the MiniPrints origin story, this is it. Because back in the day, I tried to find an HO scale beaver for my beaver lodge, and it didn't exist. They existed in O scale. But if you typed HO beaver on the internet, which I do not suggest that you do, nothing model railroad related came up. You might have some explaining to do, but other things came up, but I could not find an HO scale beaver. So being a recovering graphic designer, I thought, how hard can it be? I made the beaver, and this crazy company called MiniPrints that I am running today was born. And I tell that story both for a laugh and to explain the insanity, but also because I think it fits right in with today's question, which is, why do you want to incorporate 3D printed parts into your modeling? And we're starting from the premise that you can have your own 3D printer, you can learn 3D printing, you can print your own, you can download your own, you can buy from, my company or one of the other companies that are sponsoring NERx. The idea behind adding 3D and the 3D technology, in my mind, has radically changed our hobby for the better, to the point that you can pretty much, as Nick quoted me, and I will quote myself, if you can dream it, you can do it. We are living in an age where I might as well just pull out my shrink ray gun and aim it at pretty much anything and dial in 87.1 in my case, and it pops out. And as a quick example of that, I want to share with you why I'm so excited about 3D printing and why I think you might want to incorporate it into your toolkit, either through the adoption of it by a printer, by a part, whatever. And I'm going to share some examples with you quickly, where people gave me inspiration and said, can you make this? So the first example are the typical urban scene of running shoes hanging from an overhead electrical wire. And that is a neat little detail that I'm sure is not available commercially, or that I've never seen available commercially. And I was able to reproduce it. And we're called MiniPrints for a reason. Those things are mini. So little details like this are what I find so incredibly exciting about 3D printing, because these are things that just didn't exist or couldn't exist or wouldn't exist in the past. And they're the fun little sort of Easter egg elements that you can add to your layout that just add that extra little bit of modeling. I had a trucker contact me and say, you know, have you ever seen truckers that put stuffed toys on the front grills of their trucks? And I said, no, I didn't know that was a thing. And they said, well, I want to model it in HO scale. So right back there, I have actually, hang on. See there? Yeah, right here. We have this is Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear is my teddy bear that I had from when I was like, I think 1 year old. So I grabbed my bear, my little stuffy here, and I scanned him. And so this is a 1/87th representation on my finger there of my teddy that I had when I was a year old. And so that became a mini print detail part. And he is now affixed to some trucker's layout on the front grill of a truck. Next example, the movie Twister. There is if everyone's familiar with the movie, there is a device called Dorothy One that they use, and a very talented 3D artist, not myself, came up with this and said, would you like to list that at MiniPrints? And I said, absolutely. I think this is super cool. So there are modelers, a lot of them in Oklahoma right now, that have an HO scale or S scale or O scale, or believe it or not, even an N scale Dorothy on their layout. So I think from my perspective, we live in an age right now where this technology is such that it allows you to pretty much customize the time, the place, the era, the specific details of your layout in a level of personalization and detail that just did not exist even 5 years ago. And yes, Heath, I can scan people, and I have scanned you in multiple poses, and there are probably about 350 model railroaders that have actually placed themselves directly on their own layouts with this technology. So it's not just the 3D printing, it's also the 3D scanning that is really changing the way we can address this hobby. In conclusion, I will say that, you know, the smaller the better. Everything here was a request. A fedora, a director's chair, some railroad line side tools, snowshoes. Someone wanted to put a steer horn on the front of their truck. It's March Madness, so I had to create a basketball hoop. There's the mini print spirit animal in the middle there. I mean, we're living in an age right now where if you want to add it to your layout, there is probably a way that you can do it. In conclusion, I love talking about the how and why of 3D printing, and specifically what adding this level of detail can do for you or to you. And so I will be on Around the Layout, which I know is a supporter of NERx, next Tuesday, so a week tonight. And Ray and I will be spending a good hour talking about super detailing and why you would want to populate your layout with all of these little tiny items. And then, of course, tonight there's a drawing for two $50 MiniPrints gift cards. You can find the details in the notes. And by all means, check out miniprints.com if you would like to see more of all of these insane little details. But that brings us to the main attraction. We've saved the best for last. And I want to introduce Tom, who will talk about what 3D printing does for his layout in a whole different venue. So take it away, Tom.
Okay, I'm Tom Johnson, and I grew up in a small town in northern Indiana called Plymouth, which is south of South Bend. I'm a retired art teacher of 35 years. I've been retired now for 10 years plus. moved to Florida. I had an uncle that was into trains, and he would set up his American Flyer trains for all of us nieces and nephews, and in a spare back room in my grandparents' apartment. And that kind of got me interested into trains. Plus, I grew up along the Nickel Plate Railroad, and then I became real good friends with the watchman shanty at one of the crossings that I had to cross daily to go to school. And that progressed into getting an American Flyer train myself for Christmas back in the early 60s. And then, of course, I graduated from that to a Lionel train set. And then my uncle, again, was telling me about HO trains that they had in the back end of our local city news agency. So, I used to go up there and look at all the magazines. I go back, look at the trains, and I used to sweep out my cousin's barbershop for $2.50 a week, and I'd save that up and buy an HO train set and some of the different accessories and so forth. And had a nice little layout when I was in junior high, and of course when I got into high school, I sold everything. Going to college, I wanted a nice stereo for my room, my dorm room, and all that. But after getting married in about 1975, I started buying HO trains again, and that quickly turned into my first layout when we built our small little house, and then that morphed into a larger layout that was in 1985 Railroad Model Craftsman magazine. And then I kept adding, changing, tweaking it here and there, doing different things. And then that later was in Great Model Railroads 2008. And eventually our kids moved to Florida, so we followed, and I had to sell it. And a friend of mine bought it, and he's inserting it into his railroad, and he'll share that in about a year. And that's going to be really neat. So the layout lives on that I had in Indiana, my Logansport, Indiana Northern. Came down here to Florida, but we bought a house. I started building my layout in the fall when we moved in, and the basics of the layout was done by spring. And since then, I've been adding details, changing things here and there. I modeled summer to begin with, and changed to fall or autumn. So, here are some of the things that I've heard about detail on our model railroads, and that includes what we have on our backdrops. One comment that I've heard often is the detail is a distraction. And, the clouds in the backdrop, along with actual photos or backdrop or for our backdrops, are distraction, and so forth. And we shouldn't be doing things that take our attention away from the main players of our model railroads, and that is the trains. Well, being an art teacher, I strongly disagree with that. My father-in-law always used to use the term, "That's a bunch of hooey." and I think adding the details, adding clouds in the sky, the trees, everything works together as one whole composition. It's just like when I paint a picture, and I think of the picture as a composition. So, I see a lot of these beautiful layouts, and they have some really cool buildings and things. I mean, beautiful buildings, but then the details are lacking. For example, if you look at this picture, the gas pump. How many times have we seen these beautiful structures, and then you see a gas pump out front, and the face of the gas pump is just a blank white space? I go all out and try to, find photos that I could stick into my models and make them more realistic. You've got the shell plate below that, adds to the detail. You see the air pump, the ice machines, the newspaper machines. Those are actual newspapers, by the way, of the area. Pop machines. The pumpkins, that tells a little bit about not only the era that you're modeling, but the time of year, which is important. I model mid-October. So a store like this would have a pumpkin display, and those are nice little 3D printed MiniPrints pumpkins. I painted them black to begin with, and then I paint them orange. And I try to paint it at angles and that sort of thing. So the eye, nose, and mouth cutouts would remain black, and then I weather them a little bit from there. Here's another display of the pumpkins, something that you would see at a small mom and pop store, the farm wagon, the hay bales, the pumpkins. I turned around a lot of the pumpkins, so the cutout faces are facing the other way, so you can't see them. The pop machines, a lot of those I made by hand with layered photos, but there are a lot of nice 3D things that are going to be that are available now that will work for that. The phone booth, for example, the sign where the paint's all worn off, all of those little details that bring a scene to life. The leaves on the roof, up in the corner, along the gutters, underneath the trees, along the edges of the roads. Okay, you go to the next one now. This is just kind of looking down the street a little bit. You could see the pop machines that are basically late 70s, early 80s pop machines. I'm going to try to talk Bernard into producing a bunch of different era pop machines. So I don't have to build these things up using layered photographs.
Challenge accepted.
Yes. And also the little pop cases, the Coke cases with all the bottles in them. The mailbox, which is painted for that time of year. I've since added a second mailbox. I added one of those army green mailboxes that you used to see around in the 70s and 80s. The bicycle rack. You have kids that ride their bikes to the store and get a bottle of pop and a candy bar or whatever. And you look down. A lot of layouts have these very common gas stations, and I try to go for the odd stations that I remember as a child, like the DX. You don't see that on a lot of layouts. And then there's more gas pumps, but that's a tractor repair facility. They kind of moved in from one building to the next building to the next building, took over the whole section, and they just basically repair old antique farm tractors like Farm LMs and Olivers and so forth. It's not a modern tractor facility. And the 3D printed stuff just really, really provides us with those details that we never had before. I think it was Nick or somebody mentioned something about the white metal castings. How many of those white metal castings have we seen in front of beautiful buildings that, they're not very well made? They're almost like blobs of metal, poorly painted, whatever. And it's always crates, barrels, the same old thing. You need to put items of detail in your scenes that fit, that belong there. And again, I try to include things that will say something about the era that I'm modeling, which is 1982 to 1984, correct pop machines, correct gas pumps, and so forth. And also detail that tells you what time of year that you're modeling. And that could vary, of course, for the different times of the year. Okay.
I have a question for you, Tom. Your scenes are among the best I've ever seen. How do you know? You've got so much stuff in there, but everything is perfect and there's nothing that doesn't need to be there. How do you know how much to put in and when to stop?
Okay, good question. My college professor told me once that he said I had a photographic memory. And I think I do, because I can remember things from back in the 70s and 80s in detail. Taking a lot of photographs is really good to follow when you model scenes. Getting on the computer and just searching for different things. Like I'll go to Google Images and I'll just put things in there like gas pumps, or I'll put in there pop machines or whatever. I'll put in there 1980s scenery, 1980s this, 1980s that. And I get a good idea of what kind of detail that I should include. And like this scene right here, I could have added the crates and I could have added the barrels, but I didn't do that. I mean, what do you see in front of a fertilizer facility? And it would be like bags of fertilizer, maybe a pop machine, a couple of chairs, but in the back you can see some of the MiniPrints anhydrous tanks. You're going to see anhydrous tanks, and you're going to see liquid fertilizer tanks, and I have a photo of that coming up here shortly. The mailboxes, look at the leaves down the middle of the road. Sometimes the cars, if they're not going very fast, those leaves will gather in the middle of the roads, or they'll be along the edges, along the tracks, underneath the trees, like I said, on rooftops and all the little corners and so on. Okay, here are the fertilizer, liquid fertilizer tanks. They basically come, with the frame and the tank. What did I add? I added the generators, that pump the liquid fertilizer into the booms that spray in the fields. Those are MiniPrints. I was looking through Bernard's details. I saw those, and I believe they came with wheels underneath them. I took those off and I used them as the pumps to pump the spray. And I added the hose that goes around. There's a hose that attaches to the back of that pump, and it goes around the back side of the tank and over to this side. Got the chain down there. A lot of times, you have those chains when you hook them up to tractors or trucks. They hook up those chains for safety. Okay, next. And this just shows you more of the detail. There's some of those MiniPrints lawn chairs, something that you would see in front of a building, often where they can just fold those things up, take them inside when they close. There's the gas pumps again, this time Marathon with a different kind of face in the middle, in the plate below with the Marathon label, Marathon sign, lights overhead. There's a newer pickup truck, but if you look back behind the tree, there's a MiniPrints pickup truck. And I added a MV lens on one side for one headlight, added a broken windshield wiper. And if you look in the back, there are some MiniPrints tires, some old tires that are thrown in the back of the truck. You can't see them in the front, but behind the gas pumps over in front of that first door, garage door, there is a stack of MiniPrints tires that are supposed to be new. I even have the little white labels on the tires to show that they're new. A hose. The light over the pumps, there are actual tubes in there for the lights, fluorescent tubes.
Wow. Unreal.
Okay, we'll move on. This just shows more of the tractor facility and all the old farmalls. You can see one farmall back there that has a tarp over it. That's something that I remember seeing often. If they're working on the motor, or they take some parts out, they'll cover it with tarp so it doesn't get wet. Notice the little rusty cans on top of the exhaust stacks. That's something that my father-in-law always did with his farmall land, because he didn't have one of those flapper thingies on top to keep the water out. So I modeled those. And you can see again the trash bags, MiniPrints, the dog MiniPrints, the figures are MiniPrints. Yes. And then you're going to see some more MiniPrints things here, I believe, in the next slide. Yeah, there you go. There's the farmalls, or the Oliver. Sorry, the decals that Bernard just released. I went ahead and applied the decals to the proper tractors. One is this Super 77, and the other one's a Row Crop 77, and they're, like the stack of tractor tires, something that you'll see. I've got other varieties of tractors here. I've got the Ferguson, the small Ford, which is a later version from the Ferguson, the Ford 5000. Just things that you would see at a farm repair place where they rebuild these tractors, either for the small farmers that still use them in the field. My father-in-law used his farmall up into the early 90s, I believe, for planting. And also a lot of these were repaired for shows and that sort of thing. Okay. I believe that's it.
So same question for you, Tom. Yeah. Same thing that I asked Nick. Could you have done this layout 10, 15 years ago?
No. And that's that is what is so cool about the 3D printing. 3D printing gives us those details that we didn't have access to. Like I said, 10 years ago, what did I use for details? I mean, I had the crates, the barrels, a lot of the typical things that you would see, the old white metal castings that oftentimes were not very good, sorry to say. But now with 3D printing, I can model all the little things, like the little crates of apples in the front of my store, because in mid-October you have apples, right?
Yeah.
And the pumpkins, the ice machines which you make. And if you notice, when you were looking at the first couple of photos on the ice machines, I just didn't use any old decal. I actually found the signage that was part of a local ice distributing company in Logansport. And that's what I used on my ice machine. So I also try to find things that will tell you where this layout is located, along with era and time of year.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed is that, and it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but layouts look more different and less similar now than ever before. There was a period of time where every layout had, the same 5 buildings and the same 10 figures and the same 15 cast metal details. And sure, the good layouts, whatever good may mean to you, it's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but they'd vary things up. But there's such an explosion of personalization now. I mean, the customization where, if there's, one switcher that worked one specific cement works in, one specific town, chances are someone's probably come out with a 3D model of that or will make it for you. I mean, the level of customization that we can create nowadays.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Along that lines, all three of you mentioned, like, Nick was seeking a part, and Bernard, you mentioned scanning. How much of your production, Bernard, is scanning an existing object like a chair as opposed to building it or printing it from scratch?
More and more. And that's one of the things that has changed, I think, in the 5 years I've been doing it. Like the garbage bags that Tom mentioned in his presentation is actually the garbage bag from my studio. I was taking the garbage out one day and I had it in my hand and I went, huh. I just put it down and I grabbed the scanner. Like, that's real prototypical 1/87.1 scale MiniPrints garbage that you've got on your layout.
And that's one of those details that I'm talking about that you see every day that I think some modelers just fail to see or they overlook. I mean, yeah, you're going to have the trash cans, but I mean, how many times have I remember back home? I'm taking out these big plastic bags and just laying them, sitting them down along the edge of the road for the trash guy to pick up. And there'd be 2 or 3 of those sitting out. Not everything will always fit in a trash can, as we all know. Mm-hmm. So having those laying around, I think, are important detail. Those little things.
And it's
so
a
Bernard,
lot easier.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's a lot easier to grab the teddy bear and scan them than it is to sort of redraw.
Yeah.
Right. Well, piggybacking on that, because you just mentioned, that technology has evolved even better over the last couple of years. What do you see as maybe the next breakthrough in 3D printing?
Star Trek replicator. We're not far off. I mean,
what did Captain Picard always ask for? A tea au gratin, I believe it was.
Earl Grey hot.
Earl Grey. There you go. I couldn't remember. Yeah, Earl Grey.
Well, that's the $1 million question. I keep waiting for color. That's the big thing that I'm looking for. There is color technology out there, and I've experimented with it, but it's, quite honestly, to use a technical term, crap. I have never seen a commercially produced 1/87th scale color printed part that I would be proud to put on my layout. It's still very much, I think you get better quality painting it than you do printing it. But the big game changer that I keep waiting for is when people start to make affordable color 3D printing, so that not only can you shrink it, but you can shrink it and print it in color and make it look decent.
So that's a process of the material that they're providing you to make the 3D printing with, right?
I've seen color done before with what's called a gypsum, like a powdered process. And it looks fantastic if you're making, a figure that's 4 inches tall and you're 4 feet away. But for, 1/87th scale or smaller, through a macro lens, it just looks fuzzy and out of focus. So I'm going to get really excited about color printing if and when that ever gets cracked. Because then, I love painting, but painting's not for everyone. So, some people don't want to have to then, do the realistic paint job. So that's what's going to get me excited.
That raises another question somebody asked. I mean, from Nick's standpoint, he's a consumer of the MiniPrints or other 3D printed. So now, Nick, you have to include the instructions and maybe how to paint. I know, Bernard, you offer painted products. And Tom, do you do your own painting?
Oh, always. Yeah. Yep, I do everything myself. I've never had a helping hand on any part of my layout, even the parts I hate doing, like bench work.
I just referenced Bernard's website. It's easy for me.
So you haven't tried your hand at painting?
That's where I want to get to. Honestly, I haven't had a lot of time, but I have to learn. I have to pick that skill up a little bit more than I'm probably able to at the moment. Figure painting is not something I really did a lot of. So, that's where I need to go.
Although you're spectacular painting your buildings.
Yeah.
I learned how to paint buildings from your tutorials. So
thanks. Well, we'll share. We'll share a couple of beers, and you can teach me how to do figure painting.
From your guys' perspective, what do you see the most, Bernard? And I know Nick, HO is the most popular 3D printing for railroads, model railroads.
I think so. Personally, the in the hobby, that's the largest scale or the largest percentage scale that I deal with. Anyway, I think Bernard would probably agree. HO is probably prevalent.
Yes, but with an asterisk. And it's interesting because that's right on the theme of tonight. I think that the rise in N scale is probably along the same growth curve as the rise in 3D printing. Because I think that one of the things that 3D printing has allowed is that, N scale always complained that, it was not available in N scale. Well, pretty much within reason, with an asterisk, anything that I can produce in HO scale, I try to produce an N scale. Some things are just too small. I mean, I could reproduce the HO scale teddy bear in N scale, but it would be a spec. It's technically doable.
I was just going to say, I want to see that teddy bear at N scale.
Yeah, it's doable, but I mean, maybe that'll be my April Fool's this year is, spot the N scale teddy bear. But the technology has allowed me to go down to probably about 0.3 of a millimeter. So 1/3 of a millimeter. I can accurately produce. As a matter of fact, my biggest challenge is not printing the piece, it's shipping it. So I can print things easier than I can get it to the customer because I'll print it beautifully, but there's no way I can ship it because it'll just, get completely destroyed. So the technology is allowing us to print smaller and smaller, which I think is opening up more and more detail for the N scalers. Which I think is then leading to the rise in what's available and the growth of N scale. So I am starting to see quite a bit of N scale, and I'll say the same with S scale as well, because S scale typically was, the scale that was the craftsman scale, that if you wanted it, you had to build it yourself. So one of maybe the legacies of 3D printing is that you're starting to see, a growth in things like N and S that perhaps didn't have the mass commercial appeal of a Walthers or, a major manufacturer in the past.
You want to see what's impressive? I mean, this MiniPrints Oliver is just incredible. When I showed that repair, that business, that mom and pop business with all the farm tractors, the Fords, those different tractors I was showing, a lot of those are made by a company in Europe called Artitech. And I mean, they have photo etched parts that you have to apply if you build them yourself. You can buy them assembled, but they're hard to find sometimes. And you have to assemble the whole thing to get a really beautiful tractor. But I mean, everything is in this 3D print. I mean, the only thing you have to add is the exhaust stack. And he made it quite clear that he didn't include that because it would be something that could break off easily in transit.
Good news, Tom. They're now included. I've drilled a hole in it for you to put the stack in. So we fixed that.
Yes. Well, I got the stack with these, so yes. I do, and they're the correct stack. Actually, they're just almost a straight pipe. With some of the earlier ones I got from you, I had to include my own, and they were. I can't remember where I got them from. I think they were parts from Farmall, believe it or not, but it worked. So. And I also included the air cleaner, MV lenses for the headlights, and so forth.
Do we have any more questions?
Sorry.
Bernard, is that a function of your printer's evolution in terms of resolution, or is that rooted in the design, the level of design fidelity?
I think that it's competition. I mean, honestly, one of the things, the technology's gotten better, but there are more people in the industry now than there were 5 years ago. So I just got a commission for Little Canada, which is it's kind of like a miniature wonderland here in Toronto. And I was looking back at the polar bears that I created 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, they were great because there were no polar bears on the market. But I look back at them today and I'm like, those are horrible. Like we've just like the whole, a rising tide lifts all boats. There are so many more people doing it now that if there were no seagulls in the market and you brought out a seagull 5 years ago, oh my gosh, there was a 3D printed seagull. Now everyone and their brother has a seagull. So there's kind of like the seagull race of who has, the best seagull. So, things get better over time as people compete. Right. I think you're just seeing more better offerings in the marketplace, along with more better technology that allows us to create more better offerings in the marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to interrupt, but we're on a time constraint, so we could go on for hours. This is very good. So thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Nick. Really appreciate it. A very good discussion. A lot of comments in the chat if you have a chance. So thanks again, guys. Really appreciate it.
And I'll just say on behalf of all of us, I'm sure you can find all three of us online. Contact us if we didn't get to your question. Nick has a website. I have a website. Tom, how do people get more of your work?
Oh, well, you can go to my Facebook page and you're more than welcome. Just put my name in the search thing and I'm sure it'll come up. I live in St. Cloud, Florida. So, if there's a bunch of Tom Johnsons, look for St. Cloud, Florida. I also have a blog on MRH.
Excellent.
And I also participate in like 4 or 5 shelf layouts groups on Facebook. So I have plenty of places to find me.
Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, Artie, for including us in NERx. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Okay. Take care. Be safe, everybody.
Hi, my name is John Krivitza. And I
Again,
use
a reminder,
these hangers to hang my wires on my layout that I'm building. I'm building a new layout. If you look under here, you'll see how I got them hanging. The wires are in there. And if I need to take the wires out to add stuff, I can just lift them out, and they're easy to get at. And then I just pop them back in when I do something. And that's how I do it. And if you look down here, you can see how I got them hanging. And that's how they go around the layout underneath the layout. They're easy to get at. They come in a bag of 25. They're called cable stackers. I got them at Lowe's. I just pull the nail out and then I just add them to a piece of wood. If I need to, if it's not just so they're in the right place. Sometimes you have to mount them like this, sometimes like this. So it's easy for me. That's how I do it. And that's how I make them work.
Okay, thank you. Next up is we're going to have a layout visit of Eric Lalonde's Union Pacific Railroad. Roll the tape, Speed.
Hey everybody, I want to welcome you to the Geneva subdivision in HO scale. This layout began back in May of 2012. It's staging, main level, and an upper level. The levels are 30 inches, 45 inches, and 62 inches. We start out here at West Chicago Yard. It follows the layout all the way through to Clinton, Iowa, which is northern Illinois Corn Belt. The layout is comprised of a DCS 100 command station, 3 DB150 power boosters, and 9 power districts, all controlled with Digitrax hardware, and the software for the layout is Train Controller Gold. Eventually, the layout will be fully automated using that program. Right now, 80% of the layout is lit with the buildings and signals and streetlights. This is still a little bit of a work in progress up here. A lot of piping that still needs to get done and scenery. The upper level is going to be the next thing that I'll be working on the layout. Here we can see the same ethanol train eastbound leaving Clinton, Iowa. It's going to cross the Mississippi River Bridge, which is a swing bridge. Going to be entering Illinois. So here's our ethanol train we're following eastbound. It's passing by Sterling Steel Company. So here we are leaving Sterling, Illinois. We'll be crossing the Rock River Bridge. And entering into the town of Dixon, Illinois. And from there, it transitions behind the stairwell. It ends up in the town of Ashton. So here we can see our train still heading eastbound. This is the town of Ashton on the upper level. It's a big mill. They take in corn, bring it over to the Clinton facility. We're actually on the passing siding. We got a Norfolk Southern mixed manifest sitting on the main, letting us pass. And then you'll see in the shot Lancaster Farm. They're the ones that own this whole facility. And then we'll transition into the helix, go down 3.5 turns, and we'll enter in Global 3. And here we are passing through Global 3 Intermodal Yard, which is in Rochelle, Illinois, eastbound. We're on the main, and we have a Chicago Northwestern tie train sitting on the siding. This whole scene right here is where the Geneva sub all started. This is the Burlington Northern Santa Fe and the Union Pacific Main Line cross at a diamond in Rochelle, Illinois. The town of Rochelle put a pavilion in for rail fans like ourselves to watch trains go by. And back in its heyday, there was almost 100 trains a day that went through here. In the shot there, you can see the pavilion. That's all scratch built. All the buildings in the back have been scratch built, and that's the prototype. Here we see the train passing downtown Rochelle. This is North Washington Street. And the old train station is now just a depot for the maintenance away crews to store materials and whatnot. Got it. And the train continues eastbound. This is North Main Street. And here we are, still headed eastbound, crossing the Lincoln Highway, Route 38. This is DeKalb, Illinois. Again, here's another shot of downtown DeKalb, Illinois. Union Pacific Railroad kind of parallels Route 38. Before continuing east towards Elbowing. And here we see a maintenance way facility in DeKalb, and the old coal tower, which is still there today. And the main line crosses right underneath it. Here we have Elburn Station, Elburn, Illinois, which is entirely scratch built. I did this so it matches the prototype out there in Elburn. This is a metro stop. The last metro stop headed west from West Chicago. And here's our train entering the last scene of the layout, furthest point eastbound, which is West Chicago Yard. Passing by the engine facility there on the left. Again, another maintenance away facility right here in the foreground. This is where all the trains are put together, broke down, sent out, sent in. There's 5 yard tracks, 3 arrival departure tracks, and the main line runs along the wall in the back. And here we have our train still continuing eastbound. This is West Chicago. A little bit of downtown West Chicago, the Dunkin' Donuts back there. It's the metro station in West Chicago. The metro train is sitting there on the siding. And then once we get into the helix, it transitions back down into staging. I want to thank everybody for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed sharing it with everybody. Thank you so much. And also, if you're wondering how we get from level to level, there's an 8.5 turn helix, which is behind me here. That helix was built, this is the first helix I ever built, and it's been pretty bulletproof since I built it. So the outer radius of the helix is 27.875 with the inner radius at 25.125, which gives me a separation at center of 2.75 inches. It ends up being about a 2.5% grade, which is anything on the layout is capable of handling that grade. All of the containers and stuff like that for the intermodal equipment, it's all paper. So there's no plastic containers, which really saves in the weight going up and down the helix. If it wasn't for Digcom designs and the paper containers, I would have a hard time making 2.5% grade up the helix, especially with a 30-car train. So once again, the staging yard is comprised of Code 100 Atlas, and then all of the main levels are Code 83, with a minimum radius and a couple of spots of 24 inches. Everything else is over 30-inch radius. We do have operating sessions here from time to time. I can handle up to 4 operators, including a West Chicago yardmaster and a dispatcher that's underneath the stairs. And we operate just like any other railroad would. We have mainline trains that go through the layout, and then we also have our locals that run from industry to industry and picking up and dropping off cars. And all of the car cards have pictures of the actual car on them to help the operators. And they also have the placards for the ethanol for 1987 and things like that. So I've kind of gone the extra mile when it comes to operating, just to help the operators, and they can actually see what car instead of reading the numbers. So I've had a lot of comments on that. People really appreciate it. So it's very infant stages right now for operations. I've been working on the upper level and finishing up on the main level. I've had a few breakdown sessions with a few folks from Pepperell Siding Model Railroad Club and Shirley Mass Club to help me shake down the layout and see how things are going to operate. So it's getting there, and hopefully someday people that are watching the video and are nearby can come operate on the Union Pacific Geneva subdivision. And again, thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Eric, for submitting that wonderful video of your Union Pacific Railroad. Next up, we have a clinic part 4 of his signaling primer by Scott Gothe. Scott received his first HO scale train set for Christmas at the age of 9 and has been hooked on many aspects of railroad operations and modeling ever since. He has worked with several 12 inches to the foot scale restoration and operating groups, including the National Museum of Transportation in St. Louis, on the steam crew of Frisco 1522, and served in the same roles with the Golden Gate Railroad Museum in San Francisco on the crew of SP 2472. He has also performed passenger car, diesel, and steam locomotive restoration work for both organizations. His modeling efforts are currently applied on 2 large home layouts with members of the Garden State Division of the NMRA, and he is also president of the Mount Morris Plains, New Jersey Model Railroad Club. Scott, take it away.
Thank you. Good to see everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here for part 4 of a few more, but not extremely too many more, of the series on a railroad signaling primer for modelers. A lot of people tend to question, about signaling and how to do it. And we're going to tonight is see a presentation that we've put together talking about utilizing signaling in modular railroads. It's one of the things that whenever you go to a convention, you see modules and then you wonder, how can I signal that? And so, Speed, if you could roll that footage and we can go into the presentation. And thank you very much. Welcome again to the next installment of what I entitle a Railroad Signaling Primer for Modelers. This section is going to take a little bit of a diverging route, shall we say. In part 4, we're going to look at taking a modular approach to how to work with signals and understand how we might want to incorporate all of the theory and everything that we've learned so far into applying this to something very basic, such as a modular layout or a module you may be making at some point. Previous iterations in the series talked a bit about, for example, in part 1, fixed signals. What is a signal? The lights on a mast or multiple lights on a mast. What do they tell us? What is the communication that a signal really tries to give to a train crew and even to the public at large? Part 2 was really signals that weren't in a fixed position, things that move, such as whistles or hand signals, things that blue flags, for example, which are temporary perhaps and aren't always in the same place, but are very, very important as a means of communication as well. Part 3 delved a little bit more into the more complex fixed signals, such as interlockings and turnouts and multiple routes that a train could take, and how you let the train crew know which way it was supposed to be going and at what speed. Because as we remember in all of these cases, signaling exists to really help us keep the railroad crews safe, to keep things moving at the best possible speed, and also to keep the public safe. And so a variety of these types of things really are what is the language of how a train moves from point A to point B. And right now, moving from point A to point B, you are here at point 4, which is going to be pretty much a brief departure, shall we say, from examining the nuances of the prototype, what the different heads look like and different aspects, for example, and exploring kind of how do we really translate what we see into something that's useful for modeling. And in this, I've come up with the concept of the idea of a basic signal topology element. We'll explain what that is in a little bit, but it's a way of looking at a complete signal system and breaking it down into digestible pieces, which can be reused over and over again in ways that build up things that look much more complex than they really are. And then finally, we'll try to apply these in some sort of confined modeling environment so we can learn a little bit more how it all works. And in that, what could be more confined than a 2-foot by 4-foot piece of wood, known as a module. Modular layouts really provide us a lot of opportunities in signal, new challenges and new benefits. A module has frequently being reconfigured. If you look at a global track plan of one event where a modular club gets together, it's nowhere close to what you get the second time that club gets together, or 3 days later when you're appearing at a different show or a different meet. This reconfiguration, when you think about putting signals in a layout, can really be somewhat frightening in that you don't know whether you have to reprogram everything, whether you have to rewire the whole layout, whether you can use your signals at all, because really what you want to do is you want to maintain some form of continuity between the disparate modules. For example, era, prototype, including tracks beyond the community tracks, etc. And if you're using a dispatch type of control, it's kind of difficult in setting it up if the person who was supposed to be at position 4 doesn't show up. And all of a sudden they have to recalculate the whole computer layout, figure out where all the nodes are, and work with that. Now, of course, clubs will experience their own ways of doing this, but these challenges are really a benefit because the individual modeler, the individual module maker, doesn't have to spend an awful lot of money to create a working signaling system. There's fewer signals to deal with overall. And the thing to remember is that not every track has to be signaled. If you have an industrial switching area, lots and lots of turnouts that isn't really attached much to the main line, those are usually dark because your brakeman is walking around throwing those switches manually in the real life. You're always in contact with your train, and you're never really much more than 5 miles an hour, or maybe 15 if you're lucky, in larger yards. And so when we look at how to do this, a module is a perfect place to learn how to signal. Another thing is when you're hooked up in a lot of different things, the traffic direction, which way you're running, is pretty much standardized, as are the mains. Where's the location, which way do they go, where are they located? There's really very few cases, especially if you're at a meet or at a large thing such as Amherst or another big show. Most people are doing right-hand running. And so the whole concept of worrying about bidirectional running, all of these other things which on a fixed layout become really worrisome in many cases, kind of go away because the standardization of how a module fits together with another module gives you the ability to make this a much more straightforward thing to do. You can actually have signals operate independently in sort of an animation like we learned in part 1. And very simple things, and then you could interconnect that with other modules to make it into a block system. And that benefit gives you the ability to work on it at home, to kind of make sure everything is going well. And then when you get to the club or the meet, connect it together and see how it works. And these types of things are really experiences that you want to learn, you want to live through, because it's really quite fun to accomplish. And if, like a few of friends of mine who are into the Fremo side, they create these unified series of modules, like 3, 4, 5 in a row, that lay out an entire specialized environment. An interlocking, for example, that goes over 3 modules. And you can have the flexibility to create that kind of a slightly larger system, but also to break it up and move it around. Because when we think about exactly how modules go together, signaling can be really broken down to a very simple way of looking at it. And just to remind you, a few definitions so we don't all forget. Speed-based signaling is what most of these things are about. That the aspect, what's shown on that signal head, indicates to a train crew the speed at which they can travel before they can reach the next signal. A block being a section of track with defined limits that are used to separate the trains by distance in accordance with a rule book, train orders, obviously signals, and track circuits, which let you know the train is there. A block can be of any length, which allows for really efficient traffic flow and keeping everybody safe. Automatic block systems, or automatic signaling, is really a system of interconnected signals controlled by track circuits designed to indicate the track condition or block occupancy to protect trains from collision. And usually this is from behind. There are cases where you're worried about what's coming at you on the track, but in most cases, it's for rear-end collisions, especially if you think about a modular layout where you're going around and doing what you need to be doing. It's usually a right-hand running situation so that you're not necessarily looking at heavy traffic coming towards you. There are exceptions to that. However, those exceptions in a public situation are usually minimized. And so for something which looks good to the public and actually allows your operators some semblance of prototypical operation, doing signals in a modular fashion really helps you out in how you want to think about doing it. Because really, a module is nothing more than a ready-made signal block. Modular standards, go back forever, already established the building blocks for track layout. You have a main, you have a secondary main, you have a third community track, whatever it's called. In like N track, you have these 2.5 inches at the end of your module that's left, so you put a little piece of connecting track in there. Isn't that a perfect place to put a controlling signal for that block. As the train approaches from the previous one, your block is clear. When it passes, it drops to red. Your train continues until it reaches the next one. Very simply, two signals placed at the head of either main are enough, in theory, really to create an environment that allows you to have a standardized system right off the bat. And in fact, a lot of systems that have been created over the years have really started with this basic concept of my module is sacrosanct. It's an area, it's a signaled block. And as I hook them together, I can have more. So in this case, I have a little red thing here, which could be a train order signal, or it could be an intermediate signal from a longer distance here. That third track you can do all sorts of neat things with, but the mains you want to make sure you're protecting throughout your operation here. And so that basic concept allows us to say, hey, if this is all I need to do, I can get away with two signals on my layout and some way of knowing that a train is there, and I've incorporated signaling into my operation. Reminding ourselves that automatic block signaling is really to protect the rear of your train, so that depending on the number of aspects you have, a normal system protects 2 or 3 blocks behind, or 2 or 3 modules in distance, shall we say. And since modules generally, not always, adhere to a right-hand running rule, basic automated block systems, which protect from the rear, may be completely sufficient to incorporate as a general rule for your club, for your modular group, even in general. You don't have to worry about absolute permissive block type of things where you've got to worry about trains in front of you coming towards you, unless, of course, your club does a lot of that. And then there are ways of working around that. But a basic understanding of being able to do a basic block signal, put it at the head of your module, and run with it, gives you the ability to start learning about how signals work, and as you interconnect other modules, how other things will affect what you're doing, which is a great thing to do. And remember, too, with a fixed layout, we usually design things so the blocks are longer than the longest train that will traverse it. It looks better that way. It makes kind of a bit of sense. With a modular layout, this is clearly not practical. I routinely see things such as about 50, 60 car trains running across the system, and really, you're going to be tripping signals all the time when you do something like that. But interestingly enough, if you have a basic signal at the head of each module, this can give you an impression of a greater distance traveled. Because visually, you're seeing things drop. You're traveling some distance and another thing falls. You're traveling distance and another signal falls. Behind your train, these things are changing as well. If you're using proper detection, those things will stay red until your last car is through that block. And so this is actually able to protect a very, very, very long distance based on the size of your trains. But it gives you the impression that you're traversing a longer and longer distance, which indeed is something that we'd like to always try and do when we're putting together a modular system. We're not only playing in 4 feet of space, we're playing in miles of space. As we hook them together, we're playing in many miles of space. And so trying to do that, you're able to give that impression of greater distance. If you don't want that, you can get away with it because you could bypass it. You could say, I'm not going to trigger the signal with a longer block. It'll just stay at whatever I set it to be. So for example, if you have a controlling signal at one end and another signal way down the line, you don't want your signal to change, set it to something like approach or yellow, and don't let it change. That can be done very, very easily with a lot of different systems. You can also control the operational block length by either gapping or not gapping your interconnect track. So if you don't put a block gap in between 2 modules, now you've got a much longer block. And every signal in that will be talking to that detection that you're using. And so whether or not you gap in between those 2 things gives you the ability to make your blocks physically longer rather than conceptually long when you look at them. So it really is an easily configurable situation because you're really looking at tweaking the differences between detection or triggering your signals versus hard stops of where things are. And you can mix and match, which is what's really, really nice when you're doing a modular design and trying to incorporate basic signaling within it. So when things go off the rails, or at least off the main, we're looking at things such as route-based signaling, where the aspect gives you the route and speed you're supposed to take through turnouts or systems of turnouts when a route diverges from the main path of travel. These usually use multi-head signals, so not just one tri-light, but maybe two, one on top of another. You could be using dwarf signals like we see in our drawing here, in our picture here, indicating which way that turnout is facing, but also indicating what speed you're supposed to be taking. And through interlocking plants or interlockings, as we learned on our last talk, these networks of signals are connected mechanically and electrically to keep things from coming up on you or opposing a movement through that track work. And the thing I said on the last session was the simplest interlocking is a turnout or a crossing of grade. That's important because it's going to set the basic idea for how we look at designing networks, designing interlocks, or designing multiple module connections as we go along. Keep that in mind as we go forward, because basic interlockings, passing sidings, crossovers, these are really the staples of how we model a railroad, especially with modules. They're a perfect, quote unquote, target to put a signal at it, or multiple signals. But also what I see a lot of times is that most model railroads tend to go overboard by making really, really neat looking track configurations because I can do it, unless you're modeling directly from prototype where it requires it, rather than saying, what do I really have to do to get a train from point A to point B? And am I ever going to use this really circuitous way only if it looks good? For example, double slips, three ways. You don't see a lot of them in the prototype unless you're doing passenger terminals or have really, really, really short yard throats. You don't see them out on the road that much. Why? They're complex. They're expensive. Railroads are cheap. Frugal, I should say. But the railroad itself is trying to minimize cost, and it will sacrifice distance for expense. And so if a longer throat turnout could be used and another longer throat turnout further down, they're not going to smash it all into a double slip. They're just going to let it happen because a single moving part is maintainable. Multiple moving parts that can easily go wrong is a lot harder and a lot more expensive over time. Railroads shun high expense items. It's because they want to make a profit and, of course, be safe and move traffic. And so they trade distance for complexity. But we can't. We have 4 feet to work in, or 400 feet, depending on how you do it. But the model distances between interlockings are forced perspective short. Modular layouts even more so in many cases. So how do we handle that? The way we handle it really is by considering these things as self-contained. Maybe they're in one module. Maybe you have 3 or 4 modules that you always put together when you go out on a club. So you have a semi-permanently organized module. You can start spreading things around a little bit. You can start making it a little more interesting, shall we say. But the easiest way to do this really is consider any interlocking, be it a simple turnout, be it a passing sign, whatever, as a bead on a string. Everything else doesn't matter technically because say it's straight one main line. ABS, automatic block system, controls that main. And so you have a situation where this little complex piece of signaling is going to lead into something simple. This actually helps you when you're looking at a layout analysis and really replicates what the historical prototype did as well. Long runs, just straight up, ABS. Oh, we get into an interlocking, we have a tower. Tower man starts controlling that. After that, you start having a CTC machine. Then you have the CT machine somewhere out in Oklahoma somewhere, dealing with something out in New York. But the whole idea is the complex bits are clustered. The simple bits, the connecting parts, straight ABS. So when you're designing modules and you have a bunch of complex interlockings, you need to look at them in some semblance of what do you think is coming in and where do you think it's going? Now, admittedly, that can be difficult in some kind of systems, but I'm going to show you that it's actually not as hard as you think. Because the standards that modules impart on our design really creates natural subsets of track configurations. And in this phraseology I use as a topology or a layout of certain elements that you can repeat and you can move around and certain things that you always see. By having these subsets, you can enable a much more effective signaling design and make it simple, not make it complex. Because most people complain that signaling is hard. It's really not, because model railroading is supposed to be fun. A lot of other things to consider when we're doing this is the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid, based from Kelly Johnson at Lockheed Skunk Works. The actual origin of this is funny because you're designing this massive jet aircraft. Here's a bag of tools. You have to fix it with that bag of tools. Keep your design simple enough that the guy who's in the hangar can fix it. Because if he can't, it's not really good design. Whether there's a comma between simple and stupid has always been one of those questions that has been out there. But if it's simple, stupid, you can do it with a wrench. It's a lot better than if you have to go out and get a flux capacitor to do it. Of course, to err as human and to really foul things up requires a computer, according to William Vaughan. True, and not true. The more complexity you put in by introducing computers or introducing things which can possibly go wrong or that have to require last-minute adjustments all the time, adds more stress to what you're doing. Because you want to keep this simple. You want to keep this straightforward. You want to be able to walk into a modular session, hook it up, snap some cables together, and make it work. Because Voltaire said it the best. Il meglio è il nemico del bene. The best is the enemy of the good. You can do specialized prototype signaling. I don't suggest not doing it because that's fun too. But a generalized model, especially for a module, especially when you're out in front of the public, it can be much, much, much more effective because someone can learn that just by a quick 5-second teaching, or 5 minutes in some cases. But teaching somebody, if it's green, you're going to be going at this speed. If it's yellow, you're going to be going at this speed. If it's red, I have to stop. Or I might have to stop and continue. These are the rules of the road, just like you have with a car. Once you're able to relate that back to something that someone else can understand, you've taught somebody more about what you're doing and more about model railroading and maybe making it more interesting. So generalized models can be much more effective out in the public. They're readily understandable, but most important, when we're trying to design these and build them, they're easily achievable. So for example, here's something right out of the original N-Track manual. How would you signal this? It's complex. I need 1 million signals. I can't do that. It's actually a trick question. If we consider this as a unit in itself, and we look at the mains, red and yellow, they don't interact with this mess at all. All you would technically need is to have a signal at this end, a signal at that end, and if you're kind, maybe something on the intermediate. That's it. Except for one. This little guy right here, which goes into the yard, should indeed be signaled. Why? You're coming off the line here. You're able to come in and possibly run into something or come in from this distance. This turnout by itself is the only item that has to be signaled other than the mains on this entire mess. Why? This is complex track work isn't a yard. You either have a yard tower doing it, you got a brakeman doing it, you got your locomotive hostler doing it. There's no reason to have a huge number of signals unless you want to put turnout indicator dwarfs on the ground. You don't have to worry about blocks. You don't have to worry about all sorts of things here. Why? Yard speeds are limited. It's restricted. Okay, take it as a given. Save yourself some money. Don't overcomplicate the problem. That one turnout needs help in both ends. The rest of this track does not absolutely require it, so why include it? Make it simple, make it understandable, and make it interesting. There have been a lot of people who've come up with modular systems for signaling. In fact, the most widespread is something called Modular Signal System, surprise, MSS. It's a set of standards which grew out of some Californian FREMO groups back as early as 2005, I think. It is currently codified as version 2.0 and maybe a little bit more. Back around 2015, I believe they're working on some additional extensions to this. And it's a computational system which has multiple layers. One is the occupancy layer or occupancy bus. There's the detection layer, and then there's the signal driving layer. All of this is hooked together using simple Cat5 cables. And there's the URL for those who want to go and take a look at this. It's a neat idea. And a lot of commercial companies have jumped onto that bandwagon. Model Railroad Control System, Scale Signal System, Signal Logic, and Iowa Scaled Engineering, who actually just recently came out with the Simple Sig system. Really kind of interesting. I'm trying to get my head around it right now and look at it as far as how it really works, and it looks kind of neat. It also has some other things in it which allows other things to hook into it, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. You can use CMRI or JMRI to do it, or LCC, but again, these require a lot of programming. Modular signal system, these commercial products, like Iowa Scaled Engineering's product, doesn't require a lot of excess programming or external worry. So, and that's what you have to think about when you're trying to get into signal. How can I make it simple? How can I make it effective? How can I make it so that I have something to work with? One thing that I'm familiar with is the Atlas, all-scale signal system. Most people think of this as just good for a fixed environment. It does straight up ABS for the most part, which is perfect for what we're trying to do. But it's really expanding a lot in the past years. It's got a collection of elements to just really do a turnkey signaling installation. Plug and play, the masts and everything work in multiple scales, across multiple eras, across different railroad types. You've got Penzi type signals, you've got modern signals like the Darth Vaders, you've got tri-lights that were used pretty much everywhere. In fact, there's some new signal types that are on the way and have been announced, including in N and O, the hooded Darth Vaders, and a couple other ones, which should be announced probably a little bit later this year, from what I understand. It's perfect for a modular layout because the connections use plain old telephone cord. POTS, simple operation, easy to connect. The control boards have all the integrated ABS logic on it. You don't have to program a darn thing. And if you've got modular layouts that move around and do whatever, to change the order is as easy as just attaching and connecting cables between your layout or between your modules in slightly different ways. It's nice because it allows you to think about directionality. It allows you to think about what's going where, and then just plug in a cable and off you go. Makes it a lot easier because you carry around a little cable kit. Something goes wrong, cut the end off, put a new end on, you're still good to go. There's full cabling available for both the signal heads, the control board connections, integrating third-party products. And the reason I'm talking about this system a lot tonight is recently we've introduced an online library of track and signal elements which help to aid your modular design or any design. This is unique because a lot of times you get products, it's like, how do I hook it up? What is it that you really do? What is it that you really do to make this work? As I said before, the signal control board, it's a field-based relay with a code line capability. Just like the H2 head that's sitting here, and there's also one sitting in my kitchen at the moment being restored. It's the relay at the bottom of the box in the glass bowl. The signal head is a thing that actually does all the action. So the relay operates the head. The signal control board operates a signal mast. You can run it manually, just like you can with these. You can run it on a timer, or hooking them together, you get ABS blocks. These boards drive a panel occupancy light, so if you're doing an on-sheet or an in-block type of thing at a panel, it'll support that. Supports multiple types of signal, multiple modes of operation. So, for example, if you like approach signaling, you can do that, but most times people don't want to do that because you want to see the signal that you're putting on the layout lit, not lit, as it were. Common anode, common cathode. So if you have multiple vendors, multiple types of systems, you can do it. And the majority of systems out there for detectors are what are called open collector detection. You short a pin to ground, and it says there's something on that line. System's actually going to support Digitrax Logic High, probably in this year, so that if you're working with a Digitrax type of detection system, this will also be able to be working with it. The board itself, as I mentioned, is a simple system here. This big block here is an RJ45 connector, which goes out to your signal. These RJ12 connectors, plain old telephone type cord, are your code line. Goes through all the rest of this on the board. A set of jumpers, which allows you to set a number of different behaviors on the board. Power, and this little block here, which allows you to do manual control or utilize, detector in type of approaches here. So you can do a variety of different things, as well as outs to control relays or other things, which allow you to essentially replicate exactly how the prototype does what it does. The interlock control board, the other main piece of the system, provides control and connection for 4 of those to govern what I call the head or tail of the diverging interlock group. It's a follower circuit in that it reads what your switch machine has just done. It could be a twin coil, it could be a stall motor, it could be something as basic as flip over a ground throw with a contact on it, and it will register that. So this will follow what your switch does and illustrate not only, it's not really a turnout indicator, but the information on it controls all the ABS data that goes through it. And so this is sort of the way that you fan out from a basic one head or bead, a string here. This is where you start making things interesting. And it really is the primary component for building a track network. So when you're looking at your overall track plan, and if you look at, let's say, how your modules are going to be connected to the show, it appears you could have an infinite number of ways you can route trains. Making sense how to do that? A little overwhelming. But for most common track plans and modules, there exists what I call a superset of elements or a superset of topologies, that if you repeat it, rearrange it, put it together in different ways, you can have a fully signaled layout in no time. This is based on the whole concept of classical relay logic and really generic prototype signaling practice, which grew out of classical relay logic. So, for example, we see in the top blueprint an NYC, New York Central, Grand Central Terminal Standards document from 1924. This actually shows the typical wiring for a light head. Notice these little boxes with the X's in them, shown here, 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 are all relays. The way these link together and their inputs and outputs, basic format of a computer. Is it an and? Is it an or? Is it a not? Is it an exclusive or? What's the signal that comes out of it? What's the voltage, in this case, that comes out of it to drive the next thing down the system? When the relays then fall into a certain alignment, you light the red, the yellow, or the green lights appropriately. This is just a basic relay diagram that, of course, is 1, 2, 3 signal points, a number of different heads, which is why we see a lot of different relays, but just how to control the lighting from that. When you link relay sets together in cascades, like this Illinois Central Gulf plan from 1975, and this is only part of an interlocking. This is like maybe four heads for the interlocking. These become brutally complex. They're sometimes hard to read. They're sometimes hard to find. And unless you're very familiar with relay logic or ladder logic from like the turn of the century up through the 70s, these will look like a foreign language. Suffice it to say that the translation of these types of things into logical tables and ways of hooking them together makes it possible for us as modelers to really have some fun with it. And of course, if you want to see a lot more of these, look on the RR Signal Pix website under the documents.php tab. They have a lot of linens, a lot of blueprints, a lot of books on there to try and understand what goes on and really see what the prototype does. I've mentioned these guys before, and I can continue to mention them because it's a wonderful resource for the modeler, especially if you're doing signaling. What Alice has done is taken these kinds of things and created an all-scale signal system library. It's a new online resource. It helps you understand and develop your signaling layouts, and there's the URL to go and check it out, see what you can find, see how track configurations work. So far, there's about 50 worked examples on there, which have a basic description, a track and a physical layout of the signals, how it's configured, and then the circuit layout for the circuit boards and everything you need, plus the wiring diagrams. This makes it really simple because all the things you want to try and do are there. You can see it, you can understand how it works, you can hook it all up and watch it work. And I want to thank Steve Horvath at Atlas for really all of the drawings and circuit board layouts that are on the website. Again, it's still being updated and everything else. So if you find something interesting, give Steve an email. If you want to see something else or find an error, give Steve an email. Because, like I said, he's working on this, and it's a real labor of love. And again, he's been doing a great job on it. So I have to thank him for that. And when you really look at it, though, there's 50 plus things there. But all of them are derived from what I call the 8 primary topologies. And they're pretty straightforward. A single track, multiple block, which could be either bidirectional or unidirectional. A crossing at grade. A turnout. Remember, a turnout could be left-handed or right-handed. a passing siding, which combines two of the above, a single crossover, which can be left-handed or right-handed, a double crossover, which has both, a Y, and a reverse loop. These designs for signals for these 8 objects can be understood, repeated, and put together in a multitude of ways to handle such things as module layout S1, where you have crossovers, or is that a passing siding with a turnout in the middle of it? You have another crossover to a passing siding, to a left-handed turnout, sorry, a right-handed turnout, a right-handed, left-handed single crossover. These elements, taken individually, are pretty simple. If you hook them together, like will show in the libraries, you can make an entire signaling layout for this. Whether you do all of it or not is optional. But again, these 3 tracks are the big ones in N-track. Same is true here. These 2 don't have to worry about. What you do with your yard is up to you. But complex situations can be reduced to minimal words, as it were, or bits or bytes in the computer world. You reduce these things to primary ideas that you then assemble in a number of ways. And the track configuration and this signal library allows you to do that. So, for example, single track, multiple block, you're either going east or west. If you're going east, you'd be reading these signals as you go along. If you're west, you're doing that. So, eastbound, we come in, 2 east, 3 east. We go along. Each of these has a detector going into it. We're not going to talk about that this evening. But this is your eastbound route of travel in blue. Your westbound route of travel is in red. Same thing, just inverted. This is the nice thing about the way these boards are designed, because once you figure out what these jumpers do, or these connection points do, and their directionality and how they feed forward or feed backward technically in an ABS system, this is nothing more than a mirror image of itself. So learning the one gives you 2. Crossing a grade is a little more interesting in that when something hits the crossing, everything else has to drop so you don't hit it or get hit. This is the same kind of thing we just saw. Eastbound, westbound, with this little interesting connection, which is very hard to see, and I apologize, it's easier to see in the library document itself, where all of the detector ends are connected to each other. As the detector ends get connected to each other, everything will drop red as soon as the first one hits the block. So you're able to protect your crossing. Now, in the old days, before we had keep alives and other wonderful things to allow our trains to go over bits of dirty track or slight dropouts, you could have used this and the outs for this to control a relay to shut your track off, so that as soon as you entered into the crossing, these other tracks would be dead. So you couldn't wreck, and you'd have pass through. Because of keep alives, that's a lot harder to do these days. I don't mind keep alive so much, but when you start talking about signaling and the absence of power to control, just like PTC, being able to control stoppage based on signal, it's a lot more difficult these days with those in there. So the technology still exists. It's just being able to utilize it properly or far enough out so that you're able to stop a train from entering something such as a crossing grade. And this is kind of a unique system. But again, it's nothing more than this turned on its side. The turnout, the fundamental bit of everything. Imagine we're traveling east to west, or west to east. You approach a turnout, you see a 2-headed signal. The one on top talks about what you're doing on the straight route. The bottom, the diverging route. This is route-based signaling, exactly what we talked about in the last series element. These 2 signals protect coming back into this main from the opposite direction. And so if this is routed this way, that will be red. If it's routed that way, it'll also be red unless you have a clear signal out this way. You don't want to go through a turnout that's lined against you, and you don't want to go into something that's occupied. And so the interlock control module, shown here with the proper little orientation of this, here's your block, just like we saw before, in out, feeds this information across to the signal boards that control these heads. So 2 of them for the outside, 2 of them for the inside. Again, follow your east, follow your west, and it will all start making sense. Single track diverging left. So if I showed you this drawing, and this concept said, how would you create a passing siding? What would you think? The easiest thing to say is, I would duplicate what I see here and just turn it over in a symmetrical way. And sure enough, that's exactly how it works. Because you have the 2-headed signal controlling the single signals in here. Divide that down the middle. There's your left. There's your right. All this is turned on its axis, and it makes it easy. The drawings here, the wiring diagrams, allow you to figure this out. Even if, let's say, you join up with a module that doesn't have one of these here, maybe it's just a single block, you know to put that right in the middle of these things, your signal. All of these add together. These are memes. These are words, really, that make up the sentences of how to signal certain things. And the turnout really is the fundamental operation. So the interlock control board and the signal heads give you the ability then to build up this symmetrical unit, just like we saw before. So then a single crossover is 2 turnouts hooked up with their diverging legs together. Double, because you have a diverging. Double, because you have a diverge. Main signal, main signal. This should start looking familiar. Instead of everything being parallel in this dimension, now the dimension is switched in that these 2 signal boards, operate slightly outside, or here they are, operate slightly outside of the mix because they're controlling this information as well. And so you take what you've seen before and turn it on its short leg side. So if I say this is a single crossover, that's protecting a diverging, that's protecting a diverging, that signal protects what's left. What would a double crossover look like? That's right, 4 double-headed signals. We've seen these double-headed signal setups before. Now we've got symmetry across both of these axes. And what we've just seen and done before the single crossover by moving things into it. Again, it's a simple task to put something in the middle if you need to, by just knowing where in this diagram that should fall. Very few people actually go and look into why this all is the way it is. And having a library like this really gives you an opportunity to say, now I understand. Now I can start following what I'm doing, as compared to just slavishly, reproducing what somebody else has done, or plugging a cable in, or letting someone else do it for you. This allows you to learn slowly, just like learning a new language, really. A single turnout, 2 turnouts. 2 turnouts on the short leg, 2 turnouts on both, 4 turnouts on both legs. These are symmetrical drawings, and they continually have the same logic path that we see on old school relay diagrams. So if you have an old school relay diagram, you have some idea of relay logic, these, you are able to then to use this information to then evolve, rather than devolve. You'd want to evolve into the situations you find on your own layout. And again, in a module, this is a lot simpler because you only have a few of these things normally. You don't normally have a Y, but a Y is a typical sort of basic element that you need to know how to signal. Why is that? Because a partially signaled Y only has a signal at each of the turnouts. However, the detection legs inside of the Y do tend to affect how it all transmits back to the main thing. And again, Each turnout has a turnout module. Each head, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is kind of a unique case because of the fact that diverging, diverging, diverging main. And so you can clip this in the middle and see where the difference is, because this line is a main to a diverging. This here is a diverging route to a diverging route. We've seen that before. We've seen that in a passing siding. And so you replicate part of a passing siding with part of a standard single turnout. And this is the matrix you come up with. Takes a while to learn it, but once you do, all of a sudden things will start making sense. And that's really what it's all about, because we want to learn from the things that we do. Or we want to actually do things that will be used in a layout, such as a reverse loop. I show a full dog bone here, but the reverse loop is nothing more than this side of the document. You're going around. This is a turnout. Well, that's what we saw before. These two, that's your turnout. These two are the double, or the bidirectional signal down here, which, depending on which way you're going, will illuminate to tell you which way you're going to be coming out, or if you're going to be allowed to come out based on how the turnout is lined. Instead of a single signal here, you have two. These are the guys in the middle. And this is just reproduced over here with a turnout going the opposite way. You see how simple it becomes? Everything is symmetrical. It's all based on the turnout and the single track. And the combinations of, and the three combinations of turnout, which are standard diverging turnout with its directionality, the passing siding, the crossover, the double crossover, the Y being a special case. So how do you put it all together? You make a basic layout. Here's a passing siding. We've seen this before. That's this set of stuff. Here's a double-headed signal area. That's these two guys hooked in appropriately to these parts of the block. And so what does that do for us? That gives us a way of building a complete basic layout, not a module per se, but you can apply this in a modular fashion to every single thing you see on your layouts. Look at networks of turnouts. Look at how they're connected together. See if there's something slightly bigger. Is it just a turnout, or is it part of a passing siding? Is it a single crossover, or is it a passing siding? Is it a double crossover? That's easy. But as they overlay on top of each other, once you start looking at the routings and how this goes, and again, the design of this system is so nice that if you want to change it up, you just move wiring from what's not and start understanding signal flow or path through these devices. It's as easy as saying, oh, you brought this today. I'll just change this wire to here, this wire to here, and it's off and running. You're not reconfiguring the layout. You're not reconfiguring the programming. You're not putting new nodes in like you would with LCC to handle what's going on. You're doing it manually. You're hooking it together. It's straightforward, and it really, really, really works well. And Alice has done a nice job by putting this thing together to really help everyone, and also to illustrate how the signal system itself works in a more general case, not just in an individual thing. And in fact, Iowa Scaled Engineering has a module that they've just released that connects the Atlas signal system to the modular signal system. And so if you're using one or the other, you can put them both together. It's a very, very, very nice little piece of work and allows you to develop things that can go between fixed layouts and modular layouts. It allows you to utilize whatever type of standard you want to do to utilize signaling. But with this kind of a library, with this kind of analysis, it gives you the ability to start understanding why. Not just, well, prototype did the way. No, what is it telling you to do? And that's the whole basis of signaling. And that's what we want to try and learn, because modules are the best platform in the world to learn how to create a network. Why? Because it's a piece of a network. It's like a relay. It's like relay 1 plus relay 2 gives you this output. Oh, okay. That's a logic table. The repeating units are very easy to implement. Don't try to overcomplicate the problem, because when you overcomplicate the problem is when you throw up your hands and say, I can never do this. Utilize the tools at hand, utilize the hardware that's available at hand, and utilize the knowledge and the information that companies such as Atlas put together to really help you understand how to do this. And again, here's the library hook for that. Again, it's just a really great thing because I mean, Steve's done a lot of work to get this in shape and put out there. And I really want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to see this and work with it and really take their design to the next level. It's not just a single animation thing. You can hook things together beyond animation. You can hook things together to actually operate. And when you do this at a main show or your club or even at home, number one, you learn. Number two, you can teach. Because before you can teach, you have to learn. Books like this or websites like this give you the ability to learn. And that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. You know, your rule books, your signal linens, your historical societies, your prototype documentation, all that's great. It helps you learn. But when you can understand why and how to implement that, you really are starting to then understand why the railroads did what they did or do what they do and how that guides the way a system is built. And so it's kind of like everybody wins when we do this. And the module is the best way in the world to do it. I honestly believe that. So what's next for signaling? We go back into some of the more, not necessarily esoteric, but the more important things to worry about, such as traffic control or direction of traffic. There are lots of classical tomes on this, but how do you implement it in model railroading? There's a variety of ways of doing it. Rule 261 is, you know, the current derivation of it, which is single main, two-directional signaling. So understanding how 261 affects all of this, you know, is a key sort of thing to learn, and some of its variants. Then how do you then apply centralized traffic control or dispatcher control to a system and allow the signals then to tell the operators what to do without having to yell at them every 5 minutes? And so my train's on the helix. No, your train is at control point X with an indication to take the siding. You have to tell the dispatcher what you're doing. The dispatcher shouldn't have to tell you what to do because your signal is telling you how to do that. That's how the prototype works. That's our next, you know, installment in the series. I'd like to thank you a lot for being here tonight and getting some ideas of how to really understand or create that next level of signaling with that, and starting basically. Start with a module. Start with 2 modules. Hook that together and talk to your friend who always has his module next to yours. Hey, why don't you put a signal here? Why? Look what it can do. Hook things together simply. Use like the Atlas system where you can click things together with plain old cable rather than having to pull out the computer, which you forgot to charge the battery on. It's these things happen. As simple as you can make it is the way to go. Again, general source of information on all of this, the aspect tables, the books on classic rights of trains, which we'll be referring to a lot in our next series. And again, thanks again to Steve Horvath for the work on the library, and to you for being here tonight to learn a little bit more about how to think about signals and incorporate them in your own work. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Very informative and interesting clinic.
Thanks.
We got time for 1 or 2 quick questions here.
Sure.
I guess the most popular one is, what does a lunar signal mean?
Lunar signals. Those are almost like a purplish white. They're very easy to see. And the meaning of them really depends on the rule book of the railroad that you're working with. I frequently say in my presentations, the rule book is your friend. And indeed, for a lunar signal, it is, because it could mean restricting. It could mean a variety of things. If it's flashing, if it is in a certain environment, like a yard or something, it could mean something with regards to track occupancy. Again, normally you'll find this information in an employee timetable, a rule book, or a physical characteristics document for the railroad in question. And so if you really have a question on a specific type of lunar, really refer to a rule book, or like I say, somebody who works for the railroad, they can tell you exactly what that individual signal would be.
Was it pretty commonly used?
In the West, yes. In the East, not so often. However, that does change depending on the railroad and depending on the era. It's becoming a little more popular, I think, in the Eastern railroads at this point. But again, it really has to figure out which railroad and which rule book you're working with.
Okay.
So the definitions do change.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks again. We really appreciate your clinic tonight. There may be a lot of favorable comments in the chat room and maybe one or two other questions you might be able to answer.
Certainly. So yeah, send them along and be more than happy to answer them for people.
Next up is the anticipated drawing of the 2 MiniPrints gift certificates with Chuck and Bernard.
Welcome to tonight's NERx drawing for 2 $50 gift certificates. And this tonight, our sponsor is MiniPrints. And with me in the room is Dr. Mini himself, Bernard.
How are you, Chuck?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. That was a great show tonight.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your roundtable discussion. That was fantastic tonight.
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting us.
And having Tom Johnson on, geez, I can never get enough looking at his photos of his layout. It's just
Isn't that amazing?
It really is. It really is.
There are a few people out there, but only a very few that achieve that level of realism and detail.
Yeah, and he's got such a good eye for texture and color. It's just amazing, and I hope someday I'll achieve some of that level.
He's definitely one of the best, and it's just you look at the scenes and they're just perfect. I mean, there's a lot in there, but not too much.
Yeah. And it sounds like he gave you a wish list of things for you to work on for new projects.
And I'm always happy. I mean, that's all the things, a lot of the things I showed in that presentation, just the little pictures, and a lot of the things I've been producing right now are all customer requests. So not everything gets made, but there are a lot of things that I have been able to specifically make for people that then become products.
Yeah, and it's just all real good products. Anything new you want to talk about that you're coming out with now?
Geez, well, I mean, the MiniPrints of the Month Club, which is my once a month, every month, a group of modelers subscribe and get the latest. It's HO scale only, unfortunately, but I always send out the greatest, newest, best MiniPrints to them first, and they get it at 50% off. So they pay $25 plus $5 shipping. And I send them $50 worth of new mini prints. So that's been keeping me busy. I've just created last month, and last month that went out a couple days. Well, this month that went out a couple days ago, I think was the first one in 5 years where every single one except for one item was a customer request. So that's kind of fun. All of the new items that are in the Mini Prints of the Month Club always sort of trickle onto the website eventually, or most of them do. So there's a new arrival section of the Mini Prints website, which you can check out for all the latest, greatest, newest things. But there are a lot that I'm excited about. I'm doing a lot of work with Focus Creative Studio, who I know was on, Jason, and he's got some beautiful bobcats that I just listed, or as we call them, front end loaders for copyright reasons. And
well, Bobcat, just so you know, I worked for Ingersoll Rand before I retired, and we used to own Bobcat at one point.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
Front end loaders, yeah,
or skid steers. Skid steers are another. Yeah. So those are exciting. And there's another very talented modeler out there, James Regier. I don't know if you've crossed paths with James Regier, but James has some beautiful combines and tractors. And I think we're calling the tractors red tractors, and the combines we're calling green combines for the same reason that we call skid steers. And those are going to be going up. So in addition to the wonderful and wacky things that I am fooling around with my shrink ray gun, there's all sorts of new wonderful things from other very, very talented 3D modelers going up.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you being a sponsor with us. You've been with us almost from the beginning.
5 years now.
5 years. So this is fantastic. And we really appreciate your participation. I think it helps bring people to NERx. And I think they get excited about taking a shot at winning the drawing. And tonight, we have 100 people in it, which is just incredible. So,
all-time record.
All-time record. That's right. I mean, yesterday we had an all-time record of 97. Today it's 100. So it's like, woof, this is good. So what we're going to do is I'm going to spin the wheel, and then I sent you a list of all the people who registered. And
right there. Yep.
Yeah. And you've got the list. So whatever number it lands on, that's the line number in the spreadsheet that I gave you that will announce, you can announce the winner.
Perfect.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Spin the wheel.
Okay. All right, here it goes.
I love that sound.
That's cool.
Okay, so now I cross-reference. Lucky number 30 is, are you ready? Wendy Stebbins. Congratulations, Wendy.
All right, Wendy. Great. So what I'm going to do is remove 30 from the wheel.
All right.
We're going to spin it again. Ready?
Yeah, spin that wheel.
All right. Well, come on. This is Las Vegas.
96. All right. 96 is lucky Eric Penfield.
All right.
Mr. Penfield,
Eric.
congratulations.
Wow, that's good. That's good.
So,
okay.
Let me explain what these lucky people have won and how they're going to get it. So that's a $50 US credit at miniprints.com. And I have both lucky winners' emails. And tomorrow morning, I will send an email with a special online code that these two people can use to claim their credit online.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you once again, Bernard, for supporting us all these years. And tomorrow night, we have drawings for Interaction Hobbies. So
excellent.
Look for it tomorrow night. And
another wonderful day of clinics and presentations.
Yes. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, Bernard, for sponsoring, and congrats to Wendy and Eric on their $50 gift certificate. Next up, we'll have a tip by Greg Brockway on using acrylic markers, and that'll be followed by our last layout visit of the night for the Garden State Model Railroad. Roll the tape, Speed.
Hi, we've all ended up with these before. Unpainted animals, people, items for your layout like barrels, benches, bicycles, mailboxes. And they're always difficult to paint. You have to get out a small paintbrush, you have to mix your colors, you have to paint them, wait for the paint to dry. But here's a tip that may help you. You can get a set of these. These are acrylic paint markers. I got these online for about $6 for a package of 60 of them. And they've come in very handy. They are paint, they're not a regular marker, so you are able to do light over dark, dark over light, layer, and they dry almost instantly. Let's open up our animals and let's try a cow. I'm going to take my cow. Most cows are black and white. I'm going to use my black marker first. Again, these are paint markers, not regular markers. And this one comes with a brush tip and a fine tip. And I'm going to start painting my cow. You'll find that when you use these markers, you don't get too much paint on them, and you can still keep the details like the eyes intact. The paint goes on very smoothly and very evenly. You can adjust it. You can make parts lighter or darker. You can shade them however you wish. I'm going to go through and I'm going to make the entire cow black first, and we're going to end up going over it, and we'll do the horns, the hooves, the udders, and some white spots later. I'll do the back side of the legs. And I'm able to do this all right from my hand. I go over it a second time, get the hind legs. Because these paint markers dry almost instantly, I have no problem picking up the figure from where I've already painted, and there's very little paint transfer to my fingers. I'm going to continue, and I'm going to paint every bit of this cow. Even the parts that I'm going to paint white or pink later, because they are paint markers. You can paint light colors right over dark colors without any issues at all. And again, I have no problem picking it up. Very little paint transfer to my fingers. I'm going to get some of the spots I missed on the underside of the cow, the back side of the legs, and here by the udders, the legs, and the tail. Instead of waiting a long time like most traditional paints, this will be dry in a matter of minutes. I'm going to set it right down on the table. I'm not worried about any transfer to the tablecloth. It's already dry. I had a little fingerprint here in the back. I'm going to take care of that. And while I wait for the cow to set all the way, I'm going to grab this blue marker. Let's do a barrel. These markers are water-based paint, so cleanup is a snap also. When I'm done, it's just soap and water. No staining. No worries. I can draw right on my fingers and wash it off when I'm done. And right now I'm able to do this one fairly quickly. I go in here and do the tops. And I'm using the brush tip right now because I'm doing a large space. And I'll show you what the fine tip can do in a second. I'm going to get every single bit of this barrel again. I'm not worried about paint transfer to the tablecloth. And there's only minor paint transfer to my fingers. In just that amount of time, the cow should be dry and ready to go. I'm going to use the fine tip now. I'm going to turn the cow upside down, and I'm going to very lightly put the fine tip on the udders. And I don't know how well you can see that, but only the tips of the udders are pink. I'm going to turn my cow back over. And I'm going to grab a white marker. And I'm going to use my fine tip, and I'm going to put a couple spots on it. Again, this is dry in minutes. So I'm not worried about any mixing, any damage to the marker. I put my spots wherever I wish. And I'm also going to use the white and detail the horns. Very quick and easy. I take my pink again and just do the tip of the cow's nose. And I'll put the cow back down again. Our barrel is dry. Let's do a park bench in blue. This is actually a grayish blue. The paint goes on smoothly and easily. And again, because I can do light over dark or dark over light without any issues, I'm not really concerned with getting too much on the legs, which I'm going to paint brown because they're wooden. Paint goes on nice and smooth. There's no issues with adhesion, and I will let that dry. I'm going to take my horse. I have a horse that I started coloring earlier. I'm going to do another coat of brown on the horse on the sides. Sometimes with lighter colors you are going to need a second coat, but even the second coat will still flow right through and you won't lose any of your detail. I'm going to take my fine tip marker again and I'm going to put a little bit of white paint right here on the tip of the horse's nose. And I'll set it down. And I'll go back to my bench. And I'll color the legs brown. Again, all the brown goes right over the blue. There's no mixing. I'll do the underside of the bench with brown too. Make sure I get the legs. I'm going to grab my horse one more time. I'm going to do some gray for the horseshoes. As we finish up this video, I will remind you that these are acrylic paint markers. I got mine online, but you can get them from any hobby store. Just make sure that they are water-based acrylic paint markers. So grab yourself some acrylic paint markers and say goodbye, old paint. And have fun coloring your unpainted figures. Thank you.
Welcome to the Garden State Model Railway. My name is Ron Bassani. I'm president of the club, and I want to spend just a couple of minutes of giving you a brief history on the club that brought us here today. So as far back as 1952, several guys got together in a two-car garage in Paterson, New Jersey, and formed the Garden State Model Railway Club. Very good guys, wanted to build a layout, but obviously ran out of space very quickly in a two-car garage. So only 5 years later, in 1957, they moved from that two-car garage into a space in the basement of a strip mall in North Haledon, New Jersey. And that's where I'm standing today.
They decided to build a rather extensive layout, and for the next 35 years, this layout continued to grow and expand until eventually they filled the space. But as is often the case, in 1992, after they expanded as far as they could, it was time to build a new layout. So they tore the old layout down and started all over again in 1992 with the layout that basically is the one I'm standing next to today. This layout was DC originally, but as far back as 2000, they eventually modified it and went to DCC, Digital Command Control, and that's obviously what we use today. So let's start our tour. When people come into the Garden State Model Railway, the first thing they notice is the structure behind me. This is a scratch-built replica of the Jersey City Terminal. It even has a clock that works. It's a beautiful structure, and it catches every person's eye as they come into our club. So when people see this, they get a quick and immediate understanding that they are entering a miniature world.
I'm Pete Swanson. I'm part of the scenery committee, and we turned this scene to a fall scene. It took about 60 hours to build the whole scene. We had to tear it down and restart. We took out all the water, cut out the water, removed a lot of the things off the mountains. They had all kinds of weeds, and we added all new trees from woodland scenery, and some super trees we're going to add into there too. But we're not quite done with it yet.
Alright, so I'm here at Albatross Yard. This is the main yard of the railroad. For our shows, this is where we dispatch our trains, build trains, stuff like that. We have this yard panel right here, where depending on which track you're looking to run on, you could turn on the power. Over here you have push buttons to align the proper switches for yourself. And as you can see right now, some of the scenery is stripped off. We're in the process of a refresher. We have a freight facility going over here. Over here we have our engine terminal, which is custom built.
We're here at Norristown on our model railroad, and this is where the Otter Creek and Perry, our branch railroad, intersects with our mainline railroad, the Garden State Northern. Norristown features a small yard, as well as a station stop for our passenger service. We also have a chemical plant and storage on the other side of Norristown. But what really stands out with Norristown is the catenary. Our entire branch line is catenary, and how this came to be was one of our members actually worked for a power utility, and inspired by the Pennsylvania Railroad, who had at the end of its time a lot of electric lines and electric freight, decided that they would add catenary to our model railroad. So what's really fascinating for me is the amount of detail and accuracy in the catenary and how it actually reflects how a real utility would run and install something very similar. The lines in our catenary aren't powered, but it really adds that extra bit of detail when you can take an engine and have the pantograph up and run under catenary. It's always a really cool look for me. One of the things we're working on in Norristown is updating this scene. So our cityscape here, we've taken a town in Pennsylvania and we're going to rework to be more accurate and more detailed based on that town. So we're always working on our railroad. We're always trying to figure out what can be better, what we can do differently. That's one of those things. When you have a model railroad, at the end of the day, you're never done. There's always something you can do better and change and mix up, and that's what we've been working on in Norristown.
I'm here at Middletown. It's named because it's roughly the middle of the railroad. The yard here is where the Otter Creek and Perry trains originate. A lot of the freight interchanges with the main line, the Garden State Northern here. A lot of the commuter trains stop here during the day. It's one of our main stations outside of Jersey City.
Hi everybody, my name is Joe Rizzo. I'm going to tell you all about Otter Creek. It was part of Perry, which is in the center aisle. Perry and Otter Creek. One of our members has a railroad that he designed that he named Otter Creek and Perry. So this is Otter Creek, Perry's over there. Now, this was put together by a former member, a really, really good friend of mine. And he took all these things from his life and created this all. Moliere's, Curly Grains, Bill Clements, Premium Cement, and Larry's Hardwood Furniture. Now, I'm sure you probably know where the Moliere, Curly, and Larry come from, the Three Stooges. So he named these all. But that Bill Clement was a ranger, and they said he had hands of cement. So that's a cement plant. So he named it Clement's Premium Cement. People took parts of the railroad and they were responsible for building that. Now this one, Walter Seed and Tackle, that was Walter, and it became Walterville. And we ended up using a lot of club members' names for them. This is one of my favorite areas. It's real fun. Oh, Racetown. Racetown, Ray was a member a long time ago who passed away. And so we named that lake Racetown Lake.
As an extension of building a new layout in the year 2000, included introducing software and electronics to allow us to control the entire layout from a single dispatch station, which as you see behind me. One of our key dispatchers is Dean. He's going to talk a little bit about what the actual station looks like and what it actually does. Dean?
Thanks, Ron. So behind me we have our dispatch panel. I'm able to control all switches and signals on the railroad while monitoring trains during our shows and our op sessions. So taking a closer look at our screen, the top screen shows signal aspects and train locations indicated by these red lines. Below it, these are all controls to allow me to control every switch and signal on the railroad. I can route trains any way I want with all these switches. Below that, we have our control panel for our hidden and staging yards, allowing me to hold and keep trains staged for our op and show seasons.
Hi, I'm Greg Wacharski. I am head of operations at the club, and I am here to talk about our new railroad that we are currently building next door to our old one. This space that we are building in was formerly occupied by the New Jersey Society of Model Engineers. They were an O-scale club that unfortunately folded in the 2010s. Since then, we have taken on this space as our newest project, which, as you can see, is a large multi-deck model railroad. This track plan, which I helped design, was done in XTrackCAD, which is a free model railroad track planning software. We are well underway under construction, and we are hoping this is a fun railroad for visitors to see, entertaining railroad for those who like prototypical operations, and ultimately a railroad that we love and enjoy and can help sustain the club over the next coming decades.
We have a few members that put a lot of effort into this club that are here with us tonight, and I'd like to introduce one of them to you, Robert Putt. He's responsible for a lot of the key features associated with this layout, and I want to introduce him, and I'm going to ask him to just tell us a little bit more about what he's responsible for and what effort he's already put into this layout.
Thanks, Ron. As Ron mentioned, my name is Bob Putt. I am responsible for doing a lot of the main construction for the layout. We started with the Helix main branch. We have the lower level, this is the main branch, and then we have an upper level. We do have another level up on top. Everything, main line is definitely operating now. We have trains that we can run all the way around the layout to that point. Another thing that I do is we've incorporated LED lighting to get away from a lot of incandescents. Being that incandescents, fluorescents aren't going to be available after a while. So we opted to go with LED. We were fortunate enough to purchase a lot of them eBay, people with liquidation, so we were able to come up with that. I've been an electrician for over 40 years, so it's been pretty easy to incorporate that. On this side we have a mock-up of some of the scenery. We're in the process at this stage now that We're at the top level. We're starting to incorporate looking at getting some of the industries in. This is a mock-up of a quarry that one of our members is doing. As it is, this is not just a one-person job. This is a club job where everybody has to be involved. Everybody has to put in their 100%. As I stated earlier, one of the other things that I'm working on is we're working on putting the panels up so that we'll be able to control the trains switches. This panel is for our lower level, and then we have cameras because you're not going to be able to see once the main deck is on, so you'll be able to see through the camera where your trains are at. So at this point, I know one of our other guys are here that did a lot of the construction work with us. Let me introduce you to Jimmy Dobner.
Hi, my name's Jim Dobner. I'm a member of Garden State Model Railroad. I'm one of the gentlemen that worked on the design for the framework, backdrops, fascias, and balances. As part of that, we went and looked at other clubs and saw how they built their bench work, decided we wanted a cantilever set up here. We had some other restrictions like the height for the first level. We wanted to keep it high enough to fit our cabinets in underneath for our trains. One of the other things we did is we made a lot of assembly line. When we did the fascias, we made up brackets, had one guy screwing them, one guy cutting them. We did the same thing with the cantilever for each level. There's plywood gussets in there. So everything we worked on as a team, and we did it as an assembly. And once we got it going, we did good.
Yeah, hi, I'm Gordon. I'm on the track committee, and I've been laying a lot of the track here for the new layout. We're using Atlas Code 100 flex track on the main lines. Some of the yards are going to be done with Code 83. Some is on the plywood. The main lines are on cork. We have transition pieces where we go from the plywood onto the cork, leaving a 1/4 inch elevation spacing. We're using a lot of fast track switches and some Pico in hard to do areas where they won't be too accessible, so we can get at the other ones to fix them if they need fixing. We're using the NEC system for command control. The helixes that we put together, they were kind of difficult, having to figure out the proper angles and lengths and everything to get the circles right. But we accomplished it.
I hope you enjoyed watching our latest video showcasing both the Garden State Model Railway Club's 2 layouts. As you can clearly see, we are not resting on our laurels on our historic layout. We're investing a great deal of time and energy in our next generation layout, which, when complete, will have 3 levels, as you can see behind me. When this is complete, we'll be able to run a lot of trains and have great operating sessions, which include both freight cars and commuter trains, and we're really looking forward to this. It's going to be years before it's complete, but we're clearly on our way. In the end, as is often the case, even this video does not do our layouts justice. I invite you to come to one of our open house shows to see our club and its many trains in action. We host weekend shows in both the spring, starting at the end of March into April, and again in the fall, starting on Black Friday into early December. And by the way, don't forget to bring your little ones when you come here. We have 2 children's layouts that we bring out and organize for the little tykes to get a sense of railroading at a very early age. We try and break them in young. I hope you enjoyed this video. So again, thanks for watching and happy modeling.
Another great layout tour and another great tip. Well, that wraps up our second evening of this year's NERx. Please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time for another action-packed agenda of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. On behalf of the entire NER board, I want to again thank our sponsors this week, MiniPrints, Interaction Hobbies, Mind Mount Models, and Tony's Train Exchange, along with Around the Layout podcast. I also want to thank all of the volunteers that gave their time to make this event possible, especially Chuck Diljak, Ed O'Rourke, Ed Olszewski, Dave Durr, Peter Watson, John Daring, Chris Cafaro, Mark Moritz, Greg Williams, Paul Stamp, Andy, and Dave Inslee. Thanks also to the National NMRA X crew, especially Speed, for spending the week in his Helix helping us stream this great content. Thank you all for attending, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have a good night.